They were telling me how they felt safe saying how they're fed in the club, within the after-school club. Why? Because a number of the children were small for their age. You could see that they were small. Stunting is a reality even in a country like Costa Rica. And it's much worse in many other places across the world. And we know that when children experience malnutrition, it can have an impact on their whole lives. And stunting also has an impact throughout the life of a child. We know that it impacts development and impacts life outcomes. So that's exactly why we're so passionate about making hunger amongst children a thing of the past. So for the children like Mary Faye and Bruce, who I met yesterday, please champion the Enough campaign within your context. And please make sure that the campaign is cutting through to the contacts that matter in your context. Finally, and most importantly, please pray. Pray that children everywhere will no longer experience the pain of hunger, so that they will achieve all that God has intended. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Nutrition starts at household level, be it the cooking, the parenting, the teaching, all start at household level. And much as we are endowed with this natural gift,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to kindly ask everybody to stand for the national anthem, the East African anthem, and a prayer.
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lift
Can I please have the spiritual nurture manager from World Vision Uganda, Vincent Langariti? Could you make your way to the lectern, please? Vincent?
To stand in solidarity with the hungry. Lord, when you fed the masses with the fish and the loaves of bread, you gave us a picture of what it means to stand in solidarity with those who are hungry. And as we launch this campaign today, we commit the entire campaign into your hands, not only today, but the processes that will follow after today. And so we lift up this day into your hands. Lord, we pray that you will give us the hunger to be part of the solution to feeding the hungry. We pray that you will inspire us, that you will convict us, that you will challenge us, Lord, and that we will put everything that is in us to be part of this solution. We ask for a blessing upon our day, and we invite you to come and take lead in the affairs of our day. We ask this because we believe that you answer prayer in Jesus' name. And everybody say it, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dr. Ronnie Michigwang. I'm going to be the program director for the next few hours. And my job is a very interesting one. And I say it's interesting because this morning I woke up at around 5 o'clock. Not because I'm an early riser, but because I've got two interesting children. I've got a 13-year-old called Michelle, and I've got a 10-year-old called Marcel who thinks he's 35. And the discussions that we have with them in this time in their life is about responsibilities. And one of the responsibilities that one of them has is that they take care of power, another one pays for water. And there's a certain time they ask, so Dad, you give us all these responsibilities, what is your responsibility? And I said, have you ever gone to bed and not had a roof over your head for as long as you've been alive? They said, no. Have you ever had a day whereby you went to school and you didn't have clothes on your back? They said, no again. Then I asked, has there ever been a day that you've gone to bed hungry? And they also said, no, that also hasn't happened. And I said, yes. So God has empowered me to be able to meet my obligations and continue to be responsible in your life. So they sat back and they said, okay, I understand that now. The challenge though now is that world over it's not the same case. Between 750 million to 1 billion people don't have access to food and are undernourished, are malnourished, food deficient. But one of the things which I'd like to say is that today, World Vision is saying, nope, enough is enough. We must make sure that people have enough. So I'd like to thank each and every single one of you for making time to come here to be part of a movement that is going to change the world. However, you can't become part of a movement if you don't know who you are moving with. In fact, my mother told me, don't speak to strangers. And the sad thing is that we as human beings, the moment you walk into a place like this, you're going to gravitate around people you are used to working with, people you know, people you came with. So we're going to do something very unique. For us to be able to collaborate and work hard together and to change the world together, let's find out who we're with. So Joseph, I'd like you to play some music for me. And I'd like us to do something very interesting. I'd like you to stand up, break out of your norms, and meet 3 people whom you didn't know, whom you didn't come with. Shake the hand and say, welcome on behalf of World Vision. I'd like to meet you. I'd like to know what you do and how we can collaborate to change the world. In 3, 2, 1, action. Only people you don't know. Don't shake hands with people you know. Minutes to go. New people, new relationships. Let's create bridges to get to know people. One minute to go. 1 minute to go. All right, 30 seconds and we all take our seats. 30 seconds. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to kindly ask everybody to take their seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much, Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. Please take your seats. We're going to give you a chance to continue these conversations, to keep the dialogues going. You know, somebody once said that if you want to go fast, go it alone. If you want to go far, go together. So it's all about collaborations, about partnerships, about working together to be able to have a greater impact. So please take your seats. So, the statistics are very interesting. And when you look at the amount of money that World Vision is pledging to invest in this project over the next series of years, it is mind-boggling. $3.4 billion globally to be able to, try to end hunger in this world. And in Uganda, in the next 2 years, we're looking at probably investing close to $75 million. But you see, all these numbers would not mean anything if we did not have a principle upon which we based all the work that we do at World Vision. And in the Bible, it says that that God is our Jehovah Jireh. He's our provider. But when He provides everything, including food. So it's important to understand the basis upon which a lot of our activities happen here at World Vision. So it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome a board member to actually take us through what is the thinking behind everything we do at World Vision. Please welcome Monsignor Dr. Lawrence Lugolobi. Big round of applause.
Good morning. I'm happy to be here this morning. Protocol has not been explained. Let me just say protocol observed, although it has not been given. In the interest of time, I'll begin right away. And the Lord said, give them something to eat. The current global hunger crisis has been compounded by disasters, increased conflict, climate change, and a growing Jesus Christ's wish that humanity gives everyone something to eat. Food exposes both brokenness and a foretaste of God's restorative work. Food brings people together and can embody right living as we experience and participate in God's healing. I'm very happy to be here in this conversation as we discuss such an important topic for the survival of children, those who are vulnerable, those who are poor, in the context of World Vision, to which I belong. As World Vision, we celebrate the richness of diversity in human personality. We celebrate the diversity of culture and the contribution. Our particular calling and ministry as part of the church is to serve the world's most vulnerable children and the poor in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Master. Mother Teresa once reflected on the overwhelming issue of global hunger, and she said, I never look at the masses as my responsibility. I look at the individual. I can love only one person at a time. I can feed only one person at a time. Just one. End of quote. The Lord Jesus Christ invites us all to find at least one way of rewriting the story of a child who hungers, a child who is malnourished. We don't have to go far, but where we live or where we serve. The Bible presents to us a loving, caring, and provident God. And He is to nourish humanity. God created in abundance. He gave humanity every seed-bearing plant on the face of the whole earth, and every tree that has fruit in it. And He ordained they will be your food. God's plan, however, was interrupted by us. We rejected His opulent provision. There was one tree that God had commanded humans not to eat from. Even though they had all of their needs met, humanity decided to disobey God and eat of that tree of the forbidden tree. The fall of humanity, and therefore the breaking of humanity's relationship with God, breaking God's relationship with each other, and breaking that relationship with creation, is the breaking of humanity's relationship closely related to power, provision, and food. Humanity, through its own choice to reject the generous gift of God's provision and give in to greed, bore the consequence of no longer living in harmony. Instead of abundance, humanity's relationship with food would now be characterized by discomfort and by struggle. In the face of humanity's struggle, hunger is also defined as an affliction that requires a just response. And so, people saying enough is enough. The Bible depicts God as the ultimate host and provider. When it was evening, I'm quoting, the disciples approached Jesus and he said, "This is a deserted place and it is already late. Dismiss the crowds so that they can go to the villages and buy food for themselves." And Jesus said, "There is no need for them to go away. Give them some food yourselves." I repeat, give them some food yourselves. But they said to him, 5 loaves and 2 fish are all we have here. Then he said, "Bring them here to me." And he ordered the crowds to sit down on the grass. Taking the 5 loaves and the 2 fish, and looking up to heaven, he said the blessing, broke the loaves and gave them to the disciples, who in turn gave them to the crowds. Then all ate and were satisfied, and they picked up the fragments left over, 12 wicker baskets full. Those who ate were about 5,000 men, not counting women and children, who are normally more than men in any gathering. We need to bring what we have to the one who has that power and blessing to multiply that everyone may eat. Throughout Scripture, the people of God are urged to be stewards of the land, allowing that land to rest so that it can produce food. Food for everyone. Food to be shared with the hungry, with the children, with the vulnerable. In like manner, the end of hunger is frequently associated with a greater realization of God's salvation. My dear friends, it is the Lord who provides. Prophet Joel says this: when we receive the food, when we are filled, then there is joy. He says, "Fear not, O land, exult and rejoice, for the Lord has done great things. Fear not, beasts of the field, for the pastures of the plain are green. The tree bears its fruit, the fig tree and the vine give their yield. And do you, O children of Zion, exult and rejoice in the Lord your God. He has given you the teach of justice. He has made the rain come down for you, the early and the late rain as before. The threshing floors shall be full of grain, and the vats shall overflow with wine and oil. And I will repay you for the years which the locust has eaten, the grasshopper, the devourer, and the cutter, my great army which I sent among you. you shall eat and be filled, and shall praise the name of the Lord your God. We need to eat, be satisfied, and rejoice, and bless the one who gives to the hungry. While food is important for consumption in terms of its nutritious value to both adults and children, in the Hebrew Bible, food and eating goes beyond nourishing the body and into building or breaking relationships with God and human beings. Adam and Eve, when they ate of that tree which was forbidden, they broke that relationship. It is in eating, instead of not eating from the forbidden tree, that scarcity and discord entered the world. In Deuteronomy, God promises Israelites a land flowing with milk and honey. This denotes an abundance of food where poverty and hunger are not a reality. Thus, God's gift of land exhibits benefits such as brooks, rivers, fountains, springs, where he provides fig trees, olive oil, honey, the abundance of life. Isaiah uses a metaphor of a mother who feeds and nurses her children to indicate a new restored community of God's people. And this is what he says: "Oh, that you may suck fully of the milk of her comfort, that you may nurse with the delight at her abundant breasts. For thus says the Lord God, I will spread prosperity over her like a river, and the wealth of the nations like an overpowering torrent. As nurslings you shall be carried on in her arms and fondled in her lap. As a mother comforts her son, so will I comfort you. In Jerusalem you shall find your comfort." When we are hungry, we are not comfortable. Hunger, simply defined, is the feeling of discomfort, is the feeling of weakness experienced when there is a lack of food. Nutrition is the process of obtaining food that is adequate for healthy growth. God generously created enough food, diverse and nutritious foods for humanity to enjoy. And we are saying enough is enough. Let every person be nourished, be able to celebrate the joy of having a full stomach. Humanity disobeyed God, decided to follow their own greed instead. I can say that greed has also created hunger. God nevertheless persevered through the struggle and suffering that humanity's failing brought about. God's plan is for just and equitable access to good food for all creatures, so that all of us may live in a healthy environment. Since creation, we see a God who is loving, patient, generous, the ultimate provider, as witnessed in the person of Jesus Christ. On the tree of life, the cross, Jesus invites humanity to participate in his restorative mission of transformation by reconciling all things, including humanity's relationship with creation and the food that it produces, as well as the just systems for distribution, so that we can ensure enough food for everyone. The Lord invites us to his table. Every time we eat, we experience both the goodness and brokenness of creation. We all experience this brokenness in different ways, whether through food allergies or lack of food to sufficient nutrition, through obesity, or stunted growth, or compromised immunity, through forced, minimally compensated labor in the fields, or lack of access to farmland, through drought or plague, or through the worsening effects of climate change. Nevertheless, today, God chooses to mark God's promise to restore all things through a meal. Enough is enough. Jesus offered his disciples a meal. It was a meal of bread and wine. That was before his death, saying that every time we repeat his actions, we should remember him. But he went further to give us his very own flesh. Amen, amen, I say to you, you are looking for me, not because you saw signs, but because you ate the loaves and were filled. Do not work for food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life, which the Son of Man will give you. For on him the Father has set his seal. That food was himself, a bond between us and God and the divine, a bond we have broken. When he says, eat my flesh, you become one and I become you. People need to be nourished by God. Those nourished by God will be able to bring out the needed change, the change which everyone needs to have spiritual food which can produce food for the table that everyone is fed. Throughout history, the church has guided believers on this relationship, emphasizing the sacredness of human life, which communes on God. In the book of Acts, we find a section where the Greeks complain that their widows were not being fed. And they created an entirely full ministry of deacons to feed everyone. Church leaders have called for the need to feed the masses. Pope Francis, in his message to Gutierrez, Secretary General of the United States, underscored the urgent need to overcome hunger, to overcome food insecurity, to overcome malnutrition. He called for a radical shift in the way we address the systemic injustices that contribute to these challenges in supporting the poor and the most vulnerable. The Anglican Alliance has also recognized the biblical concern for ending hunger and has emphasized the importance of sustaining agriculture, better nutrition, and food justice. They are calling for diverse agricultural practices while advocating for a reduction in over-dependence on a narrow variety of stable crops such as rice, wheat, maize, or potatoes. The issues at the heart of the hunger crisis are many and complex. There is food waste. There are challenges with the distribution that lead to unequal access to nutritious food. And there is also overconsumption or consumption of the wrong foods. I don't want to go on and on. I would like to conclude and say, hunger is a reflection of humans or humanity's brokenness or broken condition. Humanity's greed has led to disobeying God and eating the forbidden fruit, causing sin to enter the world. Sin led to the disruption and disordering of humanity's relationship with itself, with others, with the wider creation, and ultimately with God. Sin directly impacts humanity's relationship with the healthy, nutritious, and accessible food entrenched in unjust food systems. Despite humanity's failure, we are proud that we have a God across the board, that we in him and he in us, that no one hungry. Today is the call that each one of us is no longer the problem, but part of the solution to a greater story of feeding a child, of feeding one who needs food. Enough may not be enough because God is greater than enough. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our board member, Monseigneur Dr. Lawrence Lugolobi Semosu. Thank you so much, Monseigneur. True to what he said, there's now evidence that everything we're doing has been biblically reinforced. But you must understand that God works through people. So we are proud today, ladies and gentlemen, to have a group of individuals who represent millions of Ugandans and who are always at the forefront of making sure that the policies of this nation here put children and disadvantaged groups of individuals at the forefront. So it's my pleasure to take recognition, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for the Woman MP, Kapchorwa District, Honorable Chemtai Phyllis. Big round of applause. The Woman MP, Otuhe District, Honorable Susan Abeja. The MP, Bokoro East Constituency, Napak District, Honorable Locha Peter Ken. And the Woman MP, Chiboga District, and also Secretary General Uganda for the Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition Security. Please welcome Honorable Christine Kaya. So we know we have the right people in the room. And many times when you've got so many resources at your disposal, you're spoiled for choice. You ask yourself, what do we do next? How do we proceed? What you need is you need leadership. You need somebody to guide you and to point you in the right direction. And once God empowers you with that leadership role, you take people in the right direction, to the promised land, to the land where there is enough. So it's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce somebody who, for the longest time, for over 25 years, they've been working hard with the youth, with children, disadvantaged populations. This individual here is a superstar when it comes to project management, monitoring and evaluation, engagement with different types of projects. He's worked with Child Fund, he's worked with World Vision Kenya. He has also worked with World Vision here in Uganda. It's my great pleasure to welcome our National Director. Please welcome Mr. Jeremiah Nyaga Maina.
Thank you very much. Let's applaud Dr. Mitch once again. I was not sure he was introducing me. When he talked about the very many years in projects management and all that. Thank you, Monsignor Father Dr. Lawrence, for that exposition and opening for us very well. You did mention that the protocol has not been established, and therefore my thing is to establish the protocol and to welcome all of us. Our guest of honor, she's yet to come, but she'll be here. Our Director for Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama, Minister State of Primary Education, Honorable Dr. Joyce Moriku Kaduchu, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Dr. Atwine Diana, Deputy Representative UNICEF, Mrs. Margarita Tileva, honorable members of parliament present and who have just been recognized right now. Our World Vision East Africa Regional Director and Vice President, Lillian Dodso, our esteemed board chair, Mrs. Jacqueline Opondo, our board members are present here this morning, commissioners of different ministries, our development partners, international and national NGOs who are here present this morning, the civil society organizations present, the media fraternity, the children of Uganda who are right back there, and others who may be joining us in our social media and online, the management of World Vision Uganda and the staff. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is a day we have been waiting for as World Vision, and we are so excited today that the day is coming to pass. It's with great excitement and humility that I address and welcome all of you today as we officially launch our Enough campaign. My name is Jeremiah Nyaga, and I'm the National Director for World Vision Uganda. The Enough campaign is a new flagship campaign that World Vision International globally launched this year, 2023, and it started with a global launch at the sidelines of the UN, and the Africa launch was done in Addis Ababa at the heads of states, silence of heads of states meeting in Addis Ababa. And the Enough campaign is focusing on ending child hunger and malnutrition. Over the years, World Vision has continued to rally behind its mandate of ensuring that children have life, and they have that life in all its fullness, and especially the most vulnerable children, through sustainable partnership, initiatives, and affiliations. World Vision is currently implementing a 5-year strategy, 2021 to 2025, and to date, within that period, we have positively impacted over 4.5 million children through a number of programs that include health and nutrition, child protection, education, WASH, and we have been able to accomplish this through collaborative partnerships and support from the government of Uganda, various donors, funders, and partners. Additionally, we have incorporated campaigns that allude to the well-being of children. Some of these included a campaign that is being followed by the campaign that we are launching today that was dubbed It Takes a World to End Violence Against Children, which we started way back in 2017. By working in collaboration with different stakeholders, we influence policy changes, harmful social norms, strengthen systems and structures to prevent and respond to child abuse, and build the capacity of children to advocate for their protection. As a result, World Vision Uganda registered a reduction in the prevalence of child marriages, violence against children in schools, and child sacrifice in our areas of operation. You know, sometimes you hear some of the things and you wonder whether they actually happen. But one of the things that we were looking in our past campaign was actually the issue of child sacrifice in Uganda. In our midterm evaluation, which we just conducted in the past year, 2023, It showed that 54% of parents and community members believed that child sacrifice had reduced in comparison to the initial of 14.8% at the baseline when we started the campaign. In the same strides, adolescent groups were established and advocating for an end to end violence against the children. Because we believed if actually we have to end and fight this vice, then the children must be on the table and they must be involved. The report further shows a similar reduction in child marriages from 11.9% at baseline to 1.9%. I am painting this picture as a build-up to introducing our Enough campaign. And this 1.9, this is way below the Violence Against Children Survey report, which indicates that 29.6% of girls are married at a young age. Our work to prevent violence against children showed us that poverty and hunger were among the root causes of violence. In a nutshell, children are at a higher risk of being abused when faced with situations of hunger, and hence the need for Enough campaign. Today, as we listen to the children in discussions, and we have quite a number of children in the room, I implore everyone to align their focus to the need to end child hunger and malnutrition, as it greatly affects the lives of the many children. And children is the core focus that our vision focuses on. For that very reason, we have embarked on the Enough campaign with a core of ending child hunger for good. This shall be achieved through mobilization across our communities, partners, and stakeholders to impact over 5 million people across our all areas of operation. The government of Uganda has made great strides in addressing child hunger and malnutrition through enabling various legal frameworks, policies, and programs. To this, I would like to extend special appreciation to the government of Uganda for the strides made thus far. However, despite all those efforts which have been made, and even as we celebrate these milestones, it remains evident that we still have more to do as far as reviewing our frameworks on food and nutrition in alignment with Sustainable Development Goals, tackling the existence of food storage inadequacies at local, regional, and national levels. Every child deserves the right to food. They need to develop a healthy body and mind. Our launch of the Enough campaign is very timely because it comes at a time and at a period when food security at the continent of Africa and beyond is on great threat. The triple crisis of climate change, conflicts, and COVID-19 effects have greatly impacted food systems, placing millions of people at risk of hunger and starvation. Uganda possesses a significant agricultural potential, positioning it among the best in Africa with diverse agricultural potential. A life of plenty for every child is possible, yet every day children go hungry. Enough of the right food and nutrition is still not reaching the children who need it. Over the next 3 years, as World Vision Uganda, we shall unite and intensify efforts through the Enough campaign to mobilize communities and leaders to end child hunger and malnutrition. We shall strive to contribute to the visibility and prioritization of girls and boys affected by hunger and malnutrition in policy and funding decisions, and contribute to improving food security, nutrition, and resilience for children through prioritized services to a creation of a nation where every girl and boy enjoys nutritious food for that child to thrive. As we embark on this campaign, we hope and we can collectively, one, prioritize the production of diversified, biofortified, nutrition-dense foods in the agricultural sector. 2, invest in mindset and social behavior change strategies and interventions for improved child nutrition. Strengthen policies and guidelines for safe and nutritious foods in all contexts, including situations where formal social protections mechanisms do not exist or fully function. mobilize more resources to finance the agricultural sector, and improve nutrition services. World Vision will additionally commit approximately, and Dr. Mish mentioned, USD 75 million for the next 2 years to support this campaign. And this will be implemented through our programs in education, child protection, resilience and livelihood, health and nutrition, WASH, and this is both in development and our response setting. In honoring our invitation today, ladies and gentlemen, you have shown immense goodwill and encouragement of a resolve to address the issues of child hunger and malnutrition. I therefore like to thank everyone who has made it here today. We do not take your presence in this event for granted. And in a special way, I would like to extend my appreciation to the government of Uganda, and it's actually here represented in numbers. Our dear board of directors who are here, including Father Lawrence, who has spoken to us, and I see in the room we have Professor Monica, who is here, and we have other board members who are joining online, and our board chair will also be joining us shortly. We also want to thank our partners. We also want to thank our regional office, East Africa Regional Office, led by Madam Lillian Dodso, and our global office for the support that they have given us, including the management and staff for World Vision Uganda. This morning, as I invite you to the launch of our Enough campaign, I urge every key player across every spectrum to champion the quest for improved livelihoods for all children in Uganda. And as we launch this campaign today, we seek to collectively advocate for nutritious food and say enough to nutritious food, enough funding, enough political will, enough people like you and me, enough to end child hunger and malnutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, this advocacy shall not be sufficient and may just remain a good slogan unless we give enough. We act enough until there is enough. Together we can drive enough for all and end child hunger for good. The time is now, and together we shall say enough is enough. Let us do that. Enough, symbolically, enough is enough. Together we can drive enough for all and end child hunger for good. I thank you all once again and welcome you to this auspicious occasion in launch of our Enough campaign. May we have fruitful deliberations and we engage as we engage together today. Enough.
Thank you very much, our National Director, World Vision Uganda. And one of the things that National Director Jeremiah mentioned is that Africa right now is in a very precarious state and that food security is under threat. So we're very proud, ladies and gentlemen, to have coming up to give us an overview of the food security status here in Uganda, the Woman MP Chiboga District, who happens also to be the Secretary General of the Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food, Nutrition and Security. Please welcome to the podium Honorable Christine Kaya Nachimwero. Round of applause.
Good morning to you all. Once again, I belong to the Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition. And first of all, I'm very, very grateful to the members of Parliament who belong to the Alliance for having blessed this occasion. And I request that you clap for them. And I also thank you very much for coming to partake in this launch. But in a special way, I would like to thank World Vision for coming up with this campaign. and also showing it to the world that we have officially opened it. There are very many initiatives on food and nutrition, but somehow we do not know the objectives, what is going on, how can we help out. But we thank World Vision for this, but also for all other partnerships on food and nutrition. As the Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition, we have been doing a lot through the use of our mandate, the regulation part of it, and we are seriously trying to ensure that the Food and Nutrition Bill comes to Parliament and passes into an act. And in our representation, we have already shared food and nutrition issues on the floor of Parliament. At the same time, much as we are doing appropriation, we are supposed to ensure that many of the initiatives in food and nutrition get money. And then we as well are supposed to follow up with the accountability of food and nutrition programs in the country. Of recent, our voters have added another responsibility to the members of Parliament, and this is mobilization, fundraising. When I tell my voters that I'm from here, I've not managed to come for burial in your village, they'll ask me, what have you brought for us from that meeting? So fundraising and mobilization, other than from appropriation from the national coffers, has also become a mandate. And to me, I see World Vision helping us to fulfill these mandates. So thank you so much for that. We are launching the Enough campaign, and the silent future behind is to end malnutrition and hunger in children. And we are calling it Enough campaign. So, as World Vision and partners, what indicators make enough? Which ones are they? What will you show that for sure the nutrition of this child is appropriate? All the food available is appropriate. In other words, we have to look at quality and quantity. So which indicators show that for sure this area has enough? Let's leave Kapchorwa, we go to Chiboga. So those indicators would like you to help us come up with them. And then we are very happy about your invitations as World Vision. Of recent, I was also invited in my village to launch the dissemination of dairy products among children. Members here, if you try to ascertain the quantities of alcohol taken in the homes of our villages, and the money spent on alcohol is far more than the money spent on dairy products or milk in households. Yet, people below 18 in those households are many. So that is a challenge, and to me, I thank you, World Vision, for spearheading that, because yes, we say feeding of the first 60 months would go to children at home. But after 5 years, in most cases, our children spend more time in schools. So dairy products in schools is as well very important, but also the general feeding and nutrition in schools is very, very important. So it is on this note that we request that schools at least have designated teachers for feeding. What is happening now is that teachers who are on duty are the ones who, chip in. How have people taken breakfast, lunch? So we do not have specific school teachers responsible for feeding program in the schools. And you see, when we have allocated teachers for sports, for music, senior women teachers, there is a difference. there is a difference in the performance of those sectors in the schools compared to the feeding. That is a time off for teachers who are on duty. So this is very important for us to enforce. You are very well aware that Uganda has a lot of legal instruments, but enforcement, we don't want to appear like what happened in Chitezi. I told them, I warned them, I reminded them, and eventually people died when all the reminders had been done. What? So enforcement has to be accompanied by some practice change for our children to be fed well. And then we also have to be very gender sensitive. We have to balance regions in our interventions. We have to balance enterprises, because we have a number of rich, nutrient-dense crops and items. For example, we have rich iron beans, soya bean, grain amaranth, orange fresh sweet potato. We have and silver fish. So how do all those rich nutrient crops, I mean products, get markets within the reach of our children? We don't want to promote one item. No, because we are also trying to promote marketing. Because when you promote marketing for the rich nutrient-dense crops, then we are also promoting the production of such crops. And so, but we also need to emphasize vulnerability. Vulnerability first. Which area has children that do what? That don't have enough food. That is very, very important, such that it will become very relevant when the most vulnerable are catered for first. And we are very well aware that there are directives, which to me sometimes I call political directives, which sometimes also don't stand. For example, when you wake up to say, parents, do not pay anything to the schools. We have catered for everything. When in the actual sense you are aware, you have not catered for feeding at schools. And it becomes so difficult for a head teacher or any teacher to request anything for feeding our children. Let's come out and stand boldly and come up with the resolution that feeding in schools is entirely a parent's issue. If we shy against that, us here mind about what our children eat and also the quantity and the quality. But some of our people in the villages, the moment here nothing should be provided to the schools, they can't even afford to pay for porridge, the beginning cup of feeding at schools. They told us not to pay anything. At one time I visited a school and I found the porridge was very watery. And the head teacher told me, because now I cannot serve this kid and leave this one, so I must make the porridge very watery for all of them to get. You understand that challenge? At the same time, the one who has not paid the porridge cannot be chased away from school because of the other political directives. So we have to be very, very serious about what we say. And the planting materials. The planting materials, it is very important that we also teach our children to participate in the production of what we want to eat. Because this is where it comes from. And we believe that even when they grow up, they will be able to uphold with the values. So it is very important that we promote safety of our food. You know, it is very simple for you to put food somewhere, but to keep it safe for some time, it becomes very, very difficult, and it calls for some additional costs, which somehow we are calling on civil society organizations, but also government to help us with ensuring that our food for our children is safe. Once again, Kaya Christina Chimwero, I'm very happy to be here, and to be part of the congregation that has officially launched the Enough campaign. We shall stand together, and also as the Uganda Parliamentary Alliance on Food and Nutrition, we shall remain with this in advocacy and in material support. I thank you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Ladies and gentlemen, so a lot of times you'll be asking yourself, so what are the causes and the drivers of a children's parliament from Abim district? So, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my great pleasure to introduce the Right Honorable Speaker. He likes beans and sorghum while he's at home because he says that it makes him strong. He thinks that it is something that every Honorable Speaker, you are not speaking. Let me see if I can help you. You can start again, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members of Parliament and all other government officials present, partners present, media and fellow children, good morning. My name is Hanan Uchero, age 14, a child from Otalaba Primary School and a Speaker of Children's Parliament, Abim District. I am here to talk about the causes and the drivers, and they produce many children. Sometimes you find one family having more than even 20 children. And sometimes there will no food for feeding these children, leading to child hunger and malnutrition. Secondly, alcoholism. Alcoholism is mostly experienced in Namuongo village in Awach sub-county, Abim district. In that place, you find that very early in the morning, people wake up, instead of going to the garden, they just go direct to the trading center to drink alcohol. And sometimes if these people have no money, they go and steal food from their own home, sell it in order to buy alcohol only, leaving children with no food for survival. Hence, child hunger and malnutrition. Thirdly, feeding on one type of food. Most people in the households and also in schools are fed only on one type of food. Like in school, children are fed on posho and beans only, which provide them with carbohydrates and protein only. And when the body lacks some food value in the diet, it will not function well, and it leads to child imbalanced growth. Fourth one is insecurity. Insecurity is mostly experienced in Abim district. There are some warriors that come to raid cattle, and as they are planning, they hide in the bushes. When farmers are going to the garden, they chase them away from the garden, and sometimes they also kill farmers, leading to child hunger and malnutrition. As a result, a child whose parents is not there, a child is left as an orphan, and they end up being street children. Next one is climate change. Karamoja has unfavorable climate, and at the same time, there is no irrigation scheme they are supposed to depend on when rain is not there. You find that these people only depend on rainy season. If rain starts and farmers grow their crops, before crops get mature, prolonged sunshine comes and spoil farmers' crops, leading to child hunger and malnutrition. Last is environmental degradation. In Karamoja, most people degrade environment by cutting down trees. And when they cut trees, they don't replace them and leaving land bare like that. And when land is bare, it leads to loss of quality of soil. And when our farmers try to grow their crops, they will not get good harvest due to soil infertility, leading to child hunger and malnutrition. I recommend the following in order to address the causes of child hunger and malnutrition. To start with, people should be sensitized about family planning so that they produce little number of children they afford to feed. Next, parents should be educated about the importance of feeding children on balanced diet. Next, many soldiers should be deployed in order to provide security for farmers. Besides that, there is need to put irrigation facilities so that when rain disappears, people can depend on irrigation farming. Lastly, people should be sensitized on how to protect the environment by practicing reforestation. With these few remarks, I beg to submit my case. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause to the Right Honorable Speaker, Alan Ochero Achila. Powerful words from a 14-year-old young man. Amazing, amazing. So, again, it's very important to understand that the gender balance is also something that we should be teaching young people. So it's my pleasure also to welcome another talented young lady who started speaking from P5. She comes from a place called Kamwenge, and she is a very passionate advocate of children's rights. She's a member of the Children's Parliament. When she grows up, she wants to be a journalist and work for either Voice of Kamwenge or Hits FM. Currently, she is in Form 2 at Trinity High School. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to put your hands together for a lovely young lady called Mary Kemgisa. Mary is going to continue the discourse and tell us more about the causes and the drivers of hunger and malnutrition. One of her dreams is once she has finished studying, she wants to visit America to be able to see what the world has to offer. Please welcome Mary Kemgisa.
Honorable members of the Parliament present and all other government officials present, partners present, media, and my fellow children, good morning. My name is Kemgisa Mary from Kamwenge District, studying from Trinity High School, aged 17 years. I'm here purposely to talk about the causes and the key drivers of child hunger and malnutrition within our communities. And firstly is price fluctuation. Really, price fluctuation is bringing a problem of child hunger. Like for example, in Kamwenge District, we mainly depend on growing maize. But unfortunately, you find that a kilogram of maize is almost, imagine a parent wants to sell some of the maize to get other basic needs. Take an example. You have planted, like for example, one sack of maize, and you have harvested like in our parents about food storage. Our parents do not know the better methods of how they can store food that can sustain for a long period of time. Because there are people in the village, like in my village, in Yabitus village, they are totally cutting down trees. And you know that trees contribute to the formation of rainfall. Really, if they are advised, at least we can control this problem of climate change. And the next, there is a need of sensitization of our parents about their responsibility. Our parents do not know that in the Education Act, it is stated clear that they should provide food to the children. They do it intentionally. Some of our parents have enough land to plant the crops and provide their children. But due to the fact that they do not know that it's their responsibility to provide the food to the school-going children, they end up not packing food and exposing children to hunger and malnutrition. Then the next, I do recommend that there should be a need of sensitization of teachers about the school gardens. Like for example, in my village where I come from, we have the school gardens, but unfortunately you find that the school garden is benefiting the children. They are only fed owned by the teachers. The teachers feed on the school gardens. They do not allow the children to benefit. Like this new curriculum has created we as children to have school gardens in some schools. New curriculum is trying to make we children learner-centered curriculum. But when we plant those crops, really we do not benefit. And some of the crops are sold for money, and that income is not beneficial to us. Really, I do recommend the government, together with the partnerships present, to join hands and end child hunger and malnutrition. Enough is enough. Let's join our efforts and end child hunger and malnutrition. Thank you for listening to me. I submit.
I honestly think we can clap harder than that, huh? Honorable Mary Kemgisa, I can see a future. I think we need to add another chair to that table of MPs, because there are two other MPs in the house here. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Mary, and thank you very much, Alan. See, this is the passion that we need in the next generation. And yes, World Vision is working hard together with the government of Uganda and a lot of its partners to be able to end hunger. But you see, if we have mindset challenges in our schools, and you've set up a system and a process, and we are the same people now who are sidestepping and circumventing these processes, it makes it difficult. So I think we really have a challenge. Really have a challenge. But thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. I think they did an amazing job. Amazing job to be able to understand what are the causes and what are the drivers of hunger. But right now, if I was to ask you, so if we're to progress, what are the challenges and what are the opportunities, what would we say? I think it's important for us now to put together a panel of individuals to be able to talk us through these particular challenges. So I'm going to introduce one by one each of the panelists and call them up. So as I introduce them, it is going to be my great pleasure to actually ask them to come.
Excuse me, Mr. MC. I have some simple communication.
Yes, Mary.
Mr. MC.
Yes, Mary.
You have introduced everyone on this event.
Yes.
But you have not officially you have not officially introduced yourself.
Hey.
Yeah. Can you please allow me and introduce to you today, ladies and gentlemen present on this event?
Okay, go ahead. Introduce me, Mary. Introduce me.
Ladies and gentlemen, this MC that you are seeing in front of you is a public speaker, and he started from P5 and continued from the church. He was active in drumming. And the MC that you are seeing, he is the only doctor that feeds on his patients. Imagine a doctor who feeds on his patients because he's a veterinary doctor. Can you imagine? The MC that you are seeing in front of you, if he gets like a chance of doing anything different, he would wish to work with the United Nations because he likes changing the community, making a difference in communities. You see, he's a very important person. Mr. MC, this MC that you are seeing, by language, he speaks Acholi and Lanji. And this is because her father comes from Guru and the mother comes from Rira. Then when he combines the languages, he speaks Acholang.
The opportunities you can leverage from where they work and from their skill set. So it's my great pleasure to welcome to the panel a nutritionist. She has worked for a number of years in the sector. She's extremely passionate about agricultural policy, about systems and food systems. She's going to be talking about the gender nutrition gap. Please welcome a manager from Food Rights Alliance. She's a manager, food governance. Please welcome Claire Atuku, the Nutrition Division and Maternal Nutrition Focal Point. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Laura Ahumuza. Round of applause. And the next individual is going to be speaking about linking nutrition to water, sanitation, and health. But seeing that, Mary, you are very confident when you are introducing me. If I gave you a chance, Mary, to introduce one of my panelists, would you be able to do it?
Exactly.
First, wait. You are not scared?
Yeah.
Okay. I challenge you. You introduce the next person.
Our next panelist is a project management professional, and he got a degree from UK. You people, that person got a degree from UK. Can you imagine a person getting a degree from UK? And if you want to understand more about climate change, that person is responsible because he studied more about climate change. And he is very passionate. He is very, very passionate about tree growing. Imagine he has spent all over 16 years growing trees. Can you imagine? Even he started growing trees when I was not yet born. This person is very, very, very important. This person is very understanding about climate change, how it can be managed. If you want anything about climate change, you can approach that man. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me introduce to you Honorable Joseph, Commissioner for Water and Sanitation. Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph, I don't know what we are creating problems in our economy now. Huh? You are worried about the MPs. Huh? Their jobs now, they're in trouble, really in trouble. So we've almost constituted the entire panel. Our next individual, ladies and gentlemen, works with the Ministry of Animal Industry and did their first degree at Makerere University, did a BSc, The next one, they went all the way to where the Lord resides, to Gulu, and spent 17 years working and understanding the things about agriculture. And he's going to be talking about what they call smart agriculture. So please welcome with me, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kizito Odon. Big round of applause. And finally, to wrap up the panel, it's my great pleasure to welcome somebody who is extremely passionate when it comes to matters of advocacy, speaking for the voiceless, and they have significant years of experience. They've worked in New York, Tanzania, in Kigali. They've worked with women, they've worked with children, and she's what they call a human rights champion. She's an associate director for advocacy at World Vision Uganda. Please welcome Irene Kagoya. Round of applause. So each of the panelists that you have here will have 5 minutes. If you need a little bit more time, I'll add you 2 minutes. Here at the lectern, we'll ask you to kindly move as fast as you can, and then we'll ask the audience also to just keep all your questions, because we've got a Q&A session which you will be able to utilize afterwards. So, thank you very much. I'm handing over to Claire. This is your moment. Round of applause to her.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members in the House. The nutrition gender gap. In our corridors, when we hear about gender, men usually use this phrase, those gender things. And today it is interesting to talk about gender gaps because they exist everywhere, in technology, in land issues, in financing, and nutrition is not any different. When we talk about the nutrition gender gap, we are talking about women and nutrition. What is the state? Looking at the different biological needs that women need as mothers, as caregivers of children, to look at the complexity of women and consumption, because when we talk about nutrition and gender, we are not only looking at food on the plate, but rather the underlying issues, the underlying aspects that ensure or enable a mother or a woman or a caretaker to be able to consume adequate and healthy food. So as we unpack the nutrition gender gap in Uganda, we start with the states. What is the state of play? The UDHS report came out recently, highlighting that the level of obesity and of overweight and obesity among women of reproductive age is increasing rapidly, now at 26%. And this generation and this statistic caters for almost all women in urban areas. We look at this obesity going back to rural areas. You're also looking at the 9% of women that are too thin for their height. We also take into consideration maternal mortality in Uganda at present. That stands at 182 per 100,000 live births. The SDG target for maternal mortality is at 72 per 100,000 live births. That gives us we triple the number of mothers that die by giving birth. We look at neonatal mortality. which stands at 22 per 1,000 births. And at our SDG target is to be as low as 12 per 1,000 births. So as we are talking about the nutrition gender gap, it is such a complex thing, but it is also simple. It is about the women who are last to eat. They eat the least, but they also eat the worst. It is simple because we are talking about the unpaid care economy. The amount of work that women do that is actually not paid for. We are talking about the triple burden of child care, household care, but also economy, because women have to work. And these are the realities of our generation. So when we talk about the gender gap that is increasing and expanding every single day, with the societal issues and, first of all, the norms that we live in, that women face every single day, poverty that is affecting women everywhere. We look at women farmers and the food system failures that are associated. Because when you talk about a woman, you're talking about a farmer, you're talking about the population, the 70% of the population in Uganda that has contributed to agriculture, that they are the ones that plant the most but eat the least. And the issues that include resource failures, access to resources, to enable them to be able to productively produce, access, and utilize food. So when we talk about gender and nutrition, we are talking about more than the plates. We are talking about the resources that are allocated to ensuring that women have access to food, adequate food. When we look at the budgets, and I'm very honored to have commissioners and honorable members of parliament here, the Ministry of Health has done so much to establish budgets for nutrition. But we look at the allocations year in, year out that are given to nutrition. We are also looking at the integrated or deliberate investment into the interventions that address malnutrition among women. Because when you address a woman's food needs, you're addressing a child's food needs. So when we look at issues of budgets, we look at issues of policies, and Uganda, we have made quite a number of policies on social protection, on nutrition, on agriculture. But when you look at the implementation, the level of implementation, we have programs like UWEP, PDM, and we look at, and these programs are good. They have stipulations of the percentages that are supposed to be given to women. But when we as partners go down to implement, and you look at now the state of enforcement or implementation of those policies, it does not balance. And that is why the gender issues continues to be these gender issues. Because we have documents that are really, really good, that are really empowering, but enforcement, investment is still lacking. So today when we talk about enough is enough, and we are talking about investment, policies, and accountability, these are issues that extend to mothers of children. accountability for the 30% of the PDM that is supposed to be allocated to women, accountability for the monies that are supposed to be given to women under the UWEP program. And even more so now going to in a macroscopic nature, looking at the food system issues that we have in Uganda. Local food systems that women best utilize to consume food. As we know, women are actually predominate or dominate the local food systems and the indigenous food systems where they get food. The little backyard gardens that, men accord for women in rural areas to plant eggplants, little vegetables. As partners, as government, as investors, how are we investing to ensure that the local food systems can be empowered to ensure that the woman has enough on her plate? So today we discuss the gender nutrition gap, and those are the things that we have to reflect on. And our call to action would be that we look at more than the plate. We look at more than the 5 or 10 food groups that a woman is supposed to consume. And we start undertaking the targeted interventions that address the context-specific challenges that women face in how they produce, access, and utilize food. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do, I'm going to dive straight to Laura. And Laura, your question is going to be more about regulation of marketing, infant and young children foods and the rest. But I'd like you to tell us more about your perspective and give us your presentation, and then we'll ask you questions afterwards.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear MC, I want to stand on the protocol that is already established. My name once again is Laura Ahumuza. I work with the Ministry of Health in the Nutrition Division. So quickly to address the topic that was given, I also feel I should first give a little background to give it perspective. So in the Ministry of Health, we have a very important strategy that we roll out on the infant and young child feeding in Uganda. And this is an initiative that includes all the interventions, all the practices that really are geared to promoting infant and child health for their proper growth and development. And under that, we specifically look into breastfeeding promotion. I'm sure most of us have heard the campaigns about breastfeeding promotion. And we do this because as a country, as Ministry of Health, we have put out 3 national recommendations under infant and young child feeding that every one of us should be promoting. And one is about encouraging women, mothers to initiate breastfeeding within the first hour after birth. And you may have also heard about exclusive breastfeeding promotion, where we encourage all the mothers to breastfeed, like give breast milk only for the first 6 months of the baby's life. And thereafter, they are introduced to what we call complementary foods, while breastfeeding continues. So that's the background that I want to approach this, and also to highlight that infant and young child feeding has a big impact or an implication on the malnutrition that we see in the country. So there is a very close relationship between how we feed the babies and how they turn out in terms of their nutrition status. So poor feeding practices can actually lead to malnutrition, And to give us again some background on what malnutrition is, I know majority of us may know, we have used it many times in the discussion, but for purposes of information, malnutrition in our country actually takes two forms. So that's when our bodies don't get the right nutrition that they need. And we have two forms of malnutrition in this country, the undernutrition and the overnutrition. The undernutrition is when the babies, the children or any one of us doesn't receive adequate nutrition. I'm using nutrition. So it's adequate diets, adequate food that supports the normal development and body functioning. So with that form of malnutrition, we have, again, categories. You may have heard about stunting. The Enough campaign is actually more targeting the stunting. So stunting, that's when our babies, our children do not receive the nutrition they deserve and they are growing shorter than they should be compared to the healthy children. We also have another form, wasting. So when they don't receive enough, the bodies start wasting away, like being too small for their height or length. And another form is the micronutrient deficiencies. You may have heard about anemia deficiency, vitamin A deficiency. So those are the forms of undernutrition. Then, as of today, we are seeing an increasing trend in the other side of overnutrition. So we call it the double burden, predecessors mentioned. The double burden of malnutrition, much as we have the majority falling under nutrition, but we also see an increasing number of us tending to the other side of overnutrition, which is characterized by being overweight, so you're too big, and obesity. These are terms that you may have heard about. I thought I should give that background before I come to the main topic. So malnutrition actually impacts a lot on the child's health, and I'll share some statistics here so that we get the perspective and the magnitude of the problem of malnutrition and why we should really support the campaign, Enough campaign. We see from studies that if there is suboptimal feeding for the children, suboptimal nutrition for the children, there are health complications, health implications. For instance, we see that a child who is stunted has 4 times more chances of dying than a healthy child. These are serious statistics. We also see that from research and studies that a child who is wasted, meaning they don't receive enough and their bodies are just wasting away, we see that a child that is wasted has 9 times more chances of dying than a healthy child. We also see that a child that receives optimal breastfeeding, children who receive optimal breastfeeding, so they are breastfeeding according to the recommendations that I mentioned, we are able to avert 14.6% of mortality of children dying. You see the implication and why we should promote infant and young child feeding? So that is the background. There are consequences emerging from micronutrient deficiencies. For example, if a child doesn't receive enough vitamin A, they are likely going to suffer blindness. We have seen these cases. If a child doesn't receive enough iron in their diets, they are more likely to be, the brain development is affected, the general growth is retarded, and there are implications in the long term. Also, we have also learned from studies that when a child suffers from malnutrition during infancy, during childhood, there are consequences in later life, meaning they have an increased risk of gaining weight, okay, in the later life. And that the gained weight can actually expose them, or it predisposes them to the chronic diseases that we see. So the heart diseases, the hypertensions, and the like. So there is a relationship, a bigger relationship between when our nutrition is compromised during our early years and the impact that follows us through childhood and adulthood. By the way, before I conclude on this, it has also been showed that the nutrition we receive in our early years has an impact on how much we earn. Yes? Yes. We have seen through studies that if an individual suffers malnutrition in infancy, in childhood, it's most likely when they start working, their income generating ability is what? Is compromised. So when you check your pockets and you see there is a hole, most likely you want to extrapolate and check how the feeding was during your early years. Yeah, so that's the background I wanted to give. So as we promote appropriate or optimal infant and young child feeding, we have had challenges. And one of the challenges that will take me to the main topic is the aggressive marketing of breast milk substitutes. You may have seen this on the markets. So what do I mean? We know as a country we stand on the fact that we are promoting breastfeeding for all children, except the isolated cases that may not benefit from breastfeeding. They are there, but very few. So that's our stand. But we have seen over the years that we are getting, it's like a bombardment. When you go to the market, you see there is this intentional marketing of breast milk substitutes. What do I mean by breast milk substitutes? These are formula milks, and other foods that are promoted for babies, for infants. And if we don't control that, it might actually impact on our breastfeeding promotion efforts. I didn't mention that as a country we have actually progressed over the years, and we are seeing a significant improvement in our breastfeeding rates. The recent UDHS 2022 indicated that our current exclusive breastfeeding rate is 87. That needs a very big hand clap. Yeah, so this is a significant improvement when we compare to the last one of 2026, when we're at 66%. So I want to applaud all of us. Really, we have done great, and we are seeing ourselves at 87%. This means over 8 in 10 mothers initiate breastfeeding and give the babies breast milk only for the first 6 months, which is a cornerstone for every baby's life. So it's a great achievement, but also a challenge for us. Going back, on some of the challenges, I have given the positives, but we also have challenges as we do this strategy of promoting infant and young child feeding in Uganda. Some of the challenges include we have cultural practices still and social norms that actually hinder the recommended breastfeeding practices and infant and young child feeding practices. So you'll have a common occurrence in some cultures where a child receives other foods, other fluids before they are introduced to breast milk, which is a very bad practice, and we should all speak against that. In some cultures, we are giving chogelo, others it's beer, others. So there are many things that actually the babies receive, and we are working hard to ensure that every child gets to be started off in a good way on breast milk alone. One other challenge that I will zero down on now is the aggressive marketing of breast milk substitutes. And these include infant formulas. Have you seen them? You have seen them on the market? Have we seen the infant formulas in the market? So it's a big challenge to our efforts in promoting breastfeeding that we feel we should continue addressing. And as Ministry of Health, we have a number of strategies and actions that we do intentionally to regulate the marketing of these products. One of the key actions that the country took was to adopt what we call the Code of Marketing of Breast Milk Substitutes. This is a global document, a global policy, and as a country, we adopted that through the Ministry of Health. And what does it do? It is there for us to restrict the promotion of breast milk substitutes, but also promoting breastfeeding as the best feeding option for the babies, for infants. And as a country, we have domesticated the code, the marketing of breast milk substitutes, the code into national regulations on marketing of infant and young child feeding. Marketing of infant and young child foods in Uganda. We did this in 1997, so the document is there for us to implement and enforce. But also we did revision in 2021, and we are yet to have approval for it to be out. Otherwise, in this document, in this the regulations, we have enlisted the products that have to be regulated, or their promotion has to be controlled so that breastfeeding is promoted at all levels. And some of the products in the regulations include infant formula, follow-up formula, we have growing up formula, any other milk for children, please mark the age 0 to 36 months. If there is any milk, any other product that is intended for that age category, the regulations come into force. We have to check that they are not doing it broadly, and we are protecting our population, our mothers, from misinformation, and the goal of promoting breastfeeding is protected, promoted, and supported. Yeah, so the other key interventions that we do to protect or to promote the code is that we do regular monitoring and enforcement of the code. And this we do at different outlets in the health facilities, in the shops, on the streets, the media, and the other avenues. Also, as a key strategy, we look into creating awareness among the public. And I'm very happy to note that we are in a breastfeeding month. You may have had messages going out, and the campaign is still on until the 30th of this month, when we have the national commemoration, and everyone is invited. So we shall have this celebration at the Ministry of Health headquarters. We intend to start it off with a breastfeeding walk. T-shirts are available, so please come join in. It's on the 30th of August, 2024, which is the next Friday. Yeah, so we are doing well on creating awareness, and we have seen significant increases in how many mothers can make the informed choice, the right choices on feeding their babies. And of course, we do most of our work through the health sector, the health system, and in that area, we try to train the healthcare providers on the code, on the regulations, but also we have a very unique initiative that we are scaling up, both at the health facility and community level, and we call it the Baby-Friendly Health Facility Initiative for the health facility arm, but also in the community, we call it the Baby-Friendly Community Initiative.
Laura,
recently,
can I ask you? Laura, can I ask you just to wrap up in the next minute or so?
Yeah, I'm concluding. Thank you very much. Also, to let us know that as Ministry of Health, we have been intentional on linking the communities and the health facilities, and we are doing this through the care group model approach, where we use the community volunteers to actually reach their peers with the key messages on breastfeeding, on infant and young child feeding generally. So thank you very much. It is key that as Ministry of Health and all the MDAs and all the partners, it is important that we intensify our efforts to promote appropriate infant and young child feeding as a key strategy to ending malnutrition, and that falls very well under the ENOUGH campaign. Thank you very much. I close.
Thank you very much, Laura Ahumuza. senior nutritionist at the Ministry of Health. Some of the things which she said are quite shocking. Little did I know that, you see, when you invest in child nutrition, you are layering them up for success. So if you are not feeding your child, you are also preparing them for buavu. So please make sure that we take advantage of all this information. We have an opportunity to ask questions to all of our panelists in the next few minutes, but I'm going to dive straight to Engineer Yatu. And Engineer, I'd like to know, is there some sort of linkage between nutrition, water, and sanitation? And if there is, we'd like to understand more about it.
Thank you very much, Mitch. Engineer Joseph Oriono Yatu is my name. I work as a commissioner in charge of rural water, supply and sanitation department in Ministry of Water and Environment. Yesterday I was here talking about WASH. Today I'm here talking about WASH. I was here the whole morning talking about WASH. I gave a keynote speech. The VP was here. And today, when we talk about enough is enough, when I was growing up in my village in Serere, and in primary especially, when we say enough is enough, the next thing we should fight. There was no compromise, because once you say enough is enough, the next thing we have to fight. So when I got this topic, and I heard of enough is enough, I was wondering how I can be annoyed and make you all annoyed that enough is enough. So unless we all get annoyed that there are things that we accept, but we should say enough is enough. Honorable members of parliament present here, the CSO partners and colleagues from line ministries, ladies and gentlemen. WASH is everyone's business. That's the topic I was talking about yesterday. And I'm also happy today to link it with nutrition, because it's everyone's business. You cannot, you need is water. Now even the social media, I think this is not Dr. Mitch's thing, this Dr., we call it Dr. WhatsApp, tells us drink water first thing in the morning. So water links to nutrition straight away. When you talk about enough is enough, how does water link to nutrition, directly or indirectly? Before you cook your food, you need clean water. With the water which is not clean, which I've seen being used in many places, it means we can also contaminate the food that's clean. So as I link on this topic, I would like to start by thanking Mary K. Migisha. Thank you very much for giving me a very nice welcome. And I'm happy that you're very passionate about nutrition. And I'm sure indirectly you're very passionate about WASH, because WASH is water, sanitation, and hygiene. For those ones who might not know the abbreviation. Because water, all the issues which were touched by the Right Honorable Speaker and Mary also link to how WASH relates to. You talk about irrigation, you need water. Talking about insecurity in Karamoja, part of it is caused by lack of water for maybe animals and also for human beings, that migration. Even a lot of them are related to water. So I believe the first thing is, how do we keep our food safe? If we have it. I'm sure my colleague from MIFE will talk about how much food we have. I don't want to go in that direction. But we promote hand washing with soap, and in a number of stages. One of the key areas we've been promoting is before touching and handling food. And this is a responsibility for all of us. I'm happy we have honorable members who are mothers and parents here. We know the most vulnerable of all this. Who gets affected? The people who are immunocompromised, the elders, and children. We get annoyed when last time I know everybody was standing. Of course, our August house is the most supreme for us, because some people are dying in Karamoja, but there are children who are dying every day. Should we get annoyed and say every day we should stand up for the children who are dying because of either water related or food, nutrition, or other things which kill them? Should we get annoyed because mothers, more than 100, are dying regularly? And we just call it a statistic. But these are human beings and they're loved ones for people. So in terms of water, there are water-related diseases and waterborne diseases. Diarrhea, for instance. The major source of contamination which leads to diarrhea is actually water. You have clean water, which you drink, the chances of getting diarrhea. And diarrhea affects your ability for a child, especially, and the people who are old, and even a number of us. Of course, some of us, maybe we don't need to absorb food because we're already overweight. But for the other people who lack food, when you have diarrhea, even your appetite goes down. Others lose appetite because they're over drinking. I think the Right Honorable talked about it here. Also, parasites. We also have parasites which are actually use water as a media. So if you don't have water, first for drinking and for cooking and even for bathing. You know, when you bathe, some water goes to your mouth. If you don't realize, and you swallow it, some of it, even involuntarily. So if you are bathing with polluted water or contaminated, pollution is so general, definitely you'll get some sickness. Of course, there's hepatitis E, there's bilharzia, there are all those things people get because they are going to look for clean water, and they affect their ability to digest food. So there's also how water affects immunofunctions. The functions of our body are related with water. Of course, there's emphasis on the quantity. Pregnant women need water, clean water. Yesterday we were debating here about how water affects women who are pregnant, how it affects the health facilities, how pregnant women have to walk. We saw a video how a pregnant woman has to walk a distance to collect water. And in some dispensaries where they deliver, they'll have to go with a jerrycan of water when they are going to deliver. They carry it on their heads. Because when you don't have water, even the admission is very difficult. Because they say, how will we wash you after delivery? So water relates to a number of things that affect us. So when they gave me this topic, there are too many things I can talk about. But now, Mitch, I think Mary called you another name. I don't want to mention it. But 5 minutes is not enough for us to talk about it. There's a cultural context. How will we make people think about water in relation to nutrition in a good way? But first, they must accept that the water that we give, that we have, should be used properly, should be kept clean. We shouldn't share cups when we're dipping it in the pots that we drink. I was going to my home in the village recently, and I found them still having one cup there. And of course, children go and drink while holding the cup on top of the pot, and you can still transmit diseases. The infrastructure we develop must relate to what we must speak to how people access water. Because I'm just showing that access. As we speak now, honorable members, I'm sure you know in your constituencies, we have over 14,000 villages that even don't have a clean water source. Not even one, 14,000 villages in this country out of 72, about 21%. That's not a very good statistics. But I must thank World Vision because we're developing a partnership that I must recognize. The other week, we're in Chankwanzi together with World Vision, commissioning water systems, and we put smiles to people who have not seen a clean water source for a while. Because that project targets the less than 50% coverage districts, sub-counties. We targeted sub-counties, and they're in 22 districts. Some 22 districts have sub-counties which have less than 50% of the districts with the water coverage above 50. That's not a very good statistics also. So how do you expect them to get, I call water as nutrition, it's food of its own. When I'm very hungry, I take water and I'm okay. But of course, I'm privileged, I'll take bottled water like here. What of those people who don't have? So one of the things I'm passionate about is to talk about the less privileged in access to wash. I've been working in the water sector for the last 33 years. And if I'm given a platform like this, I'll say, how do we address the people who are less privileged, who don't have a voice? We must collaborate. So World Vision and your partners, I'm happy that you have honorable members here. Honorable members here have a platform that we don't have. They have a reach that we don't have. And we must also collaborate with my colleagues here. How do we make sure that when we talk about nutrition, we are talking about water, we are talking about food, we are talking about infection on the same table? How do we develop policies that speak to all? We are developing a new policy right now, but I don't remember reading anything about nutrition in it. It doesn't. But we talk about many things, but we also don't link. So how do we have policies that speak to all those? How do we involve the communities from the beginning? When we talk about nutrition, we say, okay, for us you to have good nutrition, as my colleague was saying, you'll need to breastfeed. But before you breastfeed, you must wash your hands with clean water, because that has to speak to each other. We don't want mothers to come from the garden or from the toilet and just rush to breastfeed because they're supposed to breastfeed under 6 months. They must wash their hands, because in the process of giving milk, they can also give those children things which don't. The environment. The Right Honorable talked about the environment. Without addressing the issue of the environment, we'll not get the milk, because not all of us can afford the milk in tins. All the people in the rural areas get milk from the cows. The cows can only get milk when they drink water, and if they don't drink water, because during the dry season, you see the price of milk here, which for us who buy the other one goes up by almost 50%. And then emergency situations. Emergency situations brings nutrition at the forefront and wash. And there are many, they are becoming a norm. Whereas in our planning, we give it to OPM. I was sitting next to a colleague from OPM. But in reality, we are dealing with emergencies every day. Right now, we're having a big number of refugees, and they are coming in big numbers every day. They are sharing the water sources with the communities. So these people have to spend, now it was 1 hour, now they're spending 5 hours because they have to share with the refugees who are there. Those are emergencies. Of course, landslides and climate-induced emergencies are there. And then sustainability. How do we sustain what we provide to ensure that we have water when we need it and for what we need? So I don't want to be told stop, but we must collect also data to guide our, because when I'm speaking here, I want to speak with information. On WASH, I know, but I don't have information about that links nutrition directly to WASH, because we don't have policies which relate. She concentrates on seeing how nutrition is done. I concentrate on seeing how water is being provided. But we must link those two, because we have a complete person. We don't have a person who just drinks water and sleeps. We also don't want a person who has food and doesn't need water. So we must have data that links us together. And we also must know that the people have food from my people. We must advocate for behavioral change. And I think the young people have challenged us today. We must have the policy that speaks to the behavior of the children, the behavior of our adults, the behavior of the poor people, the behavior of rich people, and all our behaviors. And that can only be linked to our cultures, our speaking. We are trying everything possible to design technologies that will help everybody access, because there are people who are vulnerable, the gender, the elderly. If you drive, I remember along the roads in the villages, which I'm always privileged because I work with rural communities. The last 2 weeks, I've been driving mainly in the rural roads, not in my office. And you do see these elderly people, especially in the evening, who are seated alone in their homes. And more so, they get isolated when they are men. I know we talk about gender here. You'll find these old men, they have lost their wives. There's one I stopped and asked, how are you, Muzi? I didn't even know the language. I don't speak Luganda very well, but I can understand. So I started talking to him. He said, you're alone. Are you alone? It's a nice small house. But he's alone there. They eat one meal. And then they are looking for a neighbor's child, or even their own children, to ask their grandchildren to collect for them water. How do we address the needs of those vulnerable people so that they have water first and then they have their food? It's really a responsibility for all of us. And that's why I think when I talk about enough is enough, we must all be annoyed. We also must know that it's all our responsibilities, from policymakers, honorable ministers come here, from those people in the executive, from us who are technocrats, from the community themselves, from religious leaders, from cultural leaders, and even the children themselves. We all must join efforts to say enough is enough. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Joseph Iyatu. I think I'm going to change gears now and jump to something which I think people have understood now is the future of nutrition, and it's agriculture, but not just any type of agriculture, but it's smart agriculture. So I'd like to ask Mr. Kizito to probably delve into it a bit and help us to understand what are the benefits, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges.
Thank you, moderator. Protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Odongo Kizito. I work as acting principal agriculture officer in charge of horticulture, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. I'm here to represent the Assistant Commissioner in charge of Food and Nutrition Security in Ministry of Agriculture. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I was moved by the speech made by the Right Honorable Member of Parliament, the Speaker of Parliament, Children's Parliament in Abim District, because he brought out clearly the causes and drivers of hunger and malnutrition in our community. Again, to our young girl, Mary Kemigisa from Kamwenge, complimented by filling the dots in terms of the causes and then the drivers of hunger and malnutrition in our community. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, when I look at today's topic, leveraging on climate-smart, sustainable agriculture for improved food security and nutrition, I first of all ask ourselves, what is food security and nutrition? When we understand that very well, then we can be able to understand how climate-smart, sustainable agriculture can contribute to improvement of food and nutrition security. Ladies and gentlemen, you know that for our households, communities, to be food secured, it means they need to have access to adequate quantities of safe, diverse, nutritious food resources at all times. And that one comes with a commitment. For us to have access to adequate quantities of safe, diverse, and nutritious food resources, it means we must engage in food production to ensure food availability. We must improve on the access of food by the population, meaning the aspect of improving trade, supply of food, movement of food from one point to another has to be solved. And that one comes along with the infrastructural demand. The roads, where there are bottlenecks, it needs to be sorted out. Colleagues, it also looks at the stability of food resources. If these communities, our communities, the households, the population, should access adequate quantities of safe, diverse, and nutritious food resources, it means we need to ensure stability of food resources. Meaning that we should avoid situations which makes them to fall back in the status of food insecurity. And of course, the last aspect would be the utilization of the food resources for better nutrition. Because in most cases, we have seen our communities, even if they have the food available, but the utilization of food remains a concern. And that one calls about food preparation, food handling, for us to attain a balanced diet that will enable the household members to realize their potential of improved nutrition. That one now brings me back, with that brief highlight, it brings me back to what is climate-smart agriculture. Before I define climate-smart sustainable agriculture, I need to first understand what is climate-smart agriculture. The climate-smart agriculture will relate to approaches that enables or ensure development, validation, dissemination of technologies, innovation, and management practices that is able to increase food productivity, to increase resilience of our communities, and also to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. These are the three elements that we need to tackle if we are talking about climate-smart agriculture. We need to look at the aspect of productivity. We look at the aspects of increasing resilience of our communities, meaning we must define the mitigation measures to climate shocks. How do they prevent the shocks? We must define the adaptation measures. How do they respond when the shock occurs? So this would enable our communities to be resilient to climate shocks. And of course, our interventions should focus on reducing the greenhouse gas emissions. For example, when you go to our communities down there, you realize that deforestation, cutting down trees, and that will really limit our capacity to absorb the greenhouse gas, to absorb the carbon dioxide, but at the end of the day, increase global warming. So this one now brings me to climate-smart sustainable agriculture. Climate-smart sustainable agriculture would now look at the integrated approach. Integrated approach. Because now when we talk of sustainability, then we bring on board integrated approach that looks at the development of technologies, the validation of technologies, the dissemination of technologies, and then the upscaling of these technologies in a sustainable way. So meaning that for us to sustain the climate-smart practices, then research must be at the forefront. Research has to come up and develop climate-resilient crop varieties, climate-resilient livestock breeds, the species of fish, beneficial insects, that is able to be upscaled by our farming communities. So this should be done in a sustainable way. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, these approaches may vary depending on the context. For example, we have about 13 agroecological zones in this country, meaning that different agroecological zones would have unique challenges in terms of climate risk. And when we go into technology development, it means we have to look at what is needed in agroecological zone A, what is needed in agroecological zone B, and then those technologies are developed based on context-specific, location-specific, to address the needs of the communities in that area. Again, we need to look at the aspects of conservation. conservation and preservation, looking at our soils, looking at our waters. How do we ensure sustainable use of our land resource? How do we ensure sustainable use of the soil? In most parts of the country, you find that farmers are saying, oh, these days we are having low yields. But of course, low yields is coming because we have not used our land resource sustainably, appropriately. The soils are getting exhausted. It means we need to change our direction. What do we need to do? This one calls for action. Before you plant, you need to test for soil. Test for the nutrients in the soil. What are the missing nutrients? Are there pathogens, bacteria, fungi that may affect the performance of the crop? That one comes along with the capacity if we are to sustain these interventions. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that we need to look at three elements. One, if we are to sustain the climate smart practices, one is helping the planet Earth that God has given to us. We need to promote conservation and preservation practices, that is mitigation measures towards reducing climate risk, encouraging our communities to plant trees, do agroforestry, that is planting trees together with the crops, avoid deforestation, and also going for energy-saving technologies in terms of production, in terms of fuel, energy-saving technologies. So this will help, energy-saving technologies will help to reduce on the greenhouse gas emissions. And once we do that, it means we are helping the planet Earth, and that will be helping ourselves to ensure that we sustain the interventions in the environment where we stay. The second aspect is that we need to look at the people, the community. We need to have committees, establish committees that is able to support campaigns towards climate smart agriculture sustainability. Ensuring that in these committees there are representations of women, representations of youth, representations of people with a special interest groups, so that their voices are not left behind, their voices are heard. We need to strengthen the knowledge, the capacity of our communities. I recall the Right Honorable Speaker from Children's Parliament, Beam District, talked about the issue of representation. Some of the people in the communities, for example, people with disabilities, are not heard. How do we bring them on board, build their capacity? He talked about the issue of limited knowledge. How do we train our communities to respond to the issue of sustaining the environment and then ensuring that we promote climate smart agriculture practices? The third aspect is that we need to scale up technologies, innovations, and management practices. These technologies are developed based on the current climate challenges and also the future risk. For example, the drought-tolerant crop varieties. They respond to specific climate risk. For example, drought. The improved breeds that is able to give us high productivity within a short time. How do we scale up these technologies and innovations and management practices? You realize that some of our technologies are in the shelves. They are not really translated to the grassroots. And if we are to sustain this, we need to really ensure that the technologies go down to the local communities, they are promoted, and then we get feedback. And from that feedback, we are able to provide appropriate response or develop policies that will guide future design of interventions.
Mr. Kizito, is it possible for you to wrap up in the next 1 or 2 minutes?
Thank you.
Pleasure.
Yeah. So basically, meaning that for us to benefit from climate smart, sustainable agriculture, as a way of reducing hunger and malnutrition, we need to focus on mitigation measures, adaptation measures that will ensure productivity, resilience of our communities, and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. I would like to conclude by saying that the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries has put in place a number of policies, programs, and plans to address the issue of climate change. As you are aware, climate change is a cross-cutting issue. Our third National Development Plan, which is operationalized through the Agro-Industrialization Program Implementation Plan, caters well for climate risk mitigation and also building the capacity for adaptation by communities. The National Agriculture Organic Policy 2019, which looks at the aspect of sustainable production with the minimal use of inorganic chemicals. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the National Development Plan 4 strategic direction clearly spells out the aspects of increasing agricultural production and productivity, ensuring value addition, and also promoting sustainable use of natural resource. And currently, I would like to say that we have the Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project, which the ministry will support in the next 5 years. That caters for all the value chains of crops, livestock, fisheries, and beneficial insects. This is basically aiming at addressing the issue of climate risk through promotion of technologies, innovations, and management practices so that our farmers can benefit upscale and then also improve on their incomes and then livelihoods. I think for now I can stop here. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kizito. So before I hand over to Irene to actually give us an understanding of food security in schools, it's my great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to take note of a couple of significant arrivals. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to signal the arrival of Senior Superintendent of Police. She is the Acting Head of Child and Family Protection at Uganda Police Force. Please welcome Adeke Esther Tumsime. Big round of applause. Thank you for making time. At the same time, it's a great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to also signal the arrival of one of our board members from World Vision Uganda, Professor Monica Chibita. It's great to have you here. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you for making time. It's also our great pleasure and honor, ladies and gentlemen, to signal the arrival of our board chairperson from World Vision Uganda. Please welcome Mrs. Jacqueline Opondo. Big round of applause. And it's a great honor, ladies and gentlemen, to also have our State Minister for Primary Education from the Ministry of Education and Sports, Honorable Dr. Joyce Kadushu. Big round of applause. Honorable, always a pleasure to have you here. So our final piece of the puzzle when it comes to discussion falls in the lap of Irene. So food security. Our children go to school, but are they secure at school in terms of food? So kindly demystify for us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mitch. Allow me stand on the already established protocol. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, my name is Irene Kagoya, and I am the Associate Director Advocacy with World Vision. It gives me great pleasure to speak on this subject matter. And as I was reflecting on school feeding. I just sort of thought some years back when I was in school how it was. And for me growing up, I do not recall going to school without something in a container. I do not recall that. So I would count myself one of those privileged children. But even when we carried food in those little containers, I must tell you, on our way back, we're always on the mango trees. What did that indicate? That by the time you're done with school and you're getting back home, your stomach is empty because you have really worked up yourself in a way. So I then pictured children in some of the communities that we serve who have to bear the entire day on only a cup of porridge. And one of the honorable members here shared this morning that in some of the schools it is watery porridge that is provided to make sure everyone at least has a share. So that picture of the realities in some of our schools is something that I'm here to speak about. And school feeding has a lot of benefits, way beyond what meets the eye. Because yes, you'll be happy that the child is satisfied, you'll be happy that at least they are able to pay attention in class, you'll be happy that they're participating in school activities. But beyond that, we have heard this morning from some of the other speakers that there is greater benefit when we feed our children. Because according to a cost-benefit analysis, every, for one single dollar that you invest in school feeding, there is a $20 benefit that we gain out of that. So there are investment returns that we are able to obtain out of school feeding programs. At World Vision, we really believe in creating a world where every child lives life in all of its fullness. And that fullness includes children having enough food to eat, even while in school. So when you look at some of the statistics, for example, on the African continent, we have less than 10% of schools providing a free meal or even a subsidized meal on the African continent. Less than 10%. And then when it comes to Uganda, our own context, according to a 2020 report on challenges and prospects of financing for school feeding under the UPE program, we have only 33% of children in Uganda receiving meals at school out of the 8 million children who attend school. So these may seem like numbers, but these are children having to attend school on empty stomach. So then you can imagine what would they get out of the class, and we are busy questioning their performance when it comes to UPE, PLE results. We are wondering, why is it that children are not performing well? You know, why is it that their literacy levels are not improving? So it's all these underlying issues and questions that we ought to be reflecting upon. And I would like to thank Alan and Mary, because they really painted for us a very good picture of the realities when it comes to hunger in our communities. Because the causes and drivers of hunger, whether it is at home, or it is in a community, or it is in a school, are diverse. And they are structural. There are structural barriers, and some of these are really underlying barriers, like you had. You know, if someone is going to have so many children, you know, how will they be able to handle the capacity to pack a half-day meal for this child to go with to school? How are they able to make that in-kind contribution to meet the school feeding program? It becomes very, very challenging. And in Uganda, the law is clear under the Education Act. It's the sole responsibility of the parent to provide food for their child while in school. But when you look at the realities, how many of our parents are able to provide this food? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. How many of these parents have the capacity, to provide this food to the children while in school? I would like to applaud the government of Uganda, and specifically the Ministry of Education, because they have tried to come up with approaches on how they can support parents to make sure that they are providing meals in schools. The parent-led program in Uganda, it's a good program, and I applaud government for it. But if you reflect the context within which it sits, it raises more questions than answers. Because if the parent is struggling to provide for the family, you can imagine how much they will be able to put together for the child to even take to school, or even to make that in-kind contribution at school as required by the parent-led program. Whether it's an in-kind contribution or a cash contribution, they will not have the capacity. But also, just to quickly think about and reflect on some of the other causes or underlying causes of hunger in schools. I think one of the major challenges we are facing with the school feeding is the existing policy gaps. These are really hindering the implementation of the parent-led feeding program. Because when you look at the current policies, and laws in place, there is a bit of a gap, because some of the school feeding policy itself has not yet been finalized, and yet it remains crucial to support the planning. It remains crucial to support the implementation and monitoring of any program of this nature. So if we don't have the school feeding policy in place, then it becomes very, very challenging. The other thing that could be driving hunger in schools is also food insecurity in the home, like I have already mentioned. It becomes very difficult with all the climate change effects that we're experiencing, whether it is the floods or the drought, or even questions of gender inequality, like Claire highlighted in this conversation. All of these, in a way, will affect and impact on how a child at school, ensuring that children have school meals. The district and education, including health authorities, are charged with the responsibility, for instance, of developing laws, ordinances to support school feeding. But that is not being effected to the dot. So how do we rally more support from different stakeholders to make sure that school feeding is realized in some of our schools? And for me, there is an opportunity for us here, and that is the Enough campaign. The Enough campaign provides us a great opportunity to rally more support around school feeding. Because through the Enough campaign, we are confident and we believe we'll be able to raise greater public awareness around school feeding. We'll be able to raise greater awareness around the link between nutrition, water, and sanitation in school. So there is quite a lot that we can do within the Enough campaign if we can really embrace it and support it to ensure that children in school are fed well and they are able to learn and thrive. The second opportunity that the Enough campaign presents for us is the opportunity to advocate and rally government to adapt policies that can support school feeding. And at this point, I would like to just allude to the School Meals Coalition that, interestingly, Uganda is a part of. And when I read about Uganda's commitments under the School Meals Coalition, I was so impressed, I was energized, and felt like, yes, this is what we need. Because within the commitments under the School Meals Coalition, we see that the Ministry of Education has committed to develop and approve a national school feeding policy by 2025. In the same commitment, we see that the Ministry of Education is committing to put aside a dedicated budget that will support school feeding programs for the financial year 2025-2026. That the Ministry of Education is committing to a national school feeding guidelines and operating standards. So when you look at the commitments we have made under the School Meals Coalition, they are totally aligned to our Enough campaign. And for us, it is a great opportunity, because it looks like FY25, or the year 2025, is going to be a busy year, not only for the Ministry of Education in terms of fulfilling these commitments, but a busy year for all stakeholders who care about school feeding in this country. Because this is an opportunity for us. Already government has demonstrated the political will, and as civil society actors, this is something that is dear to our hearts. So World Vision is providing this opportunity through the Enough campaign for us to come together and rally more support. The Enough campaign is also going to give us an opportunity to build partnerships. We need to find ways of activating and making the School Meals Coalition, the School Feeding Coalition in Uganda very active. So World Vision provides us that opportunity, and we are hoping that through this Enough campaign, we'll have more coordinated efforts, whether it's between ministries, departments, and agencies, or even the private sector. How do we bring private sector actors on board so that together we can work to improve the provision of school meals? And finally, and not least, is the commitment around community involvement that would come with this campaign. The Enough campaign is going to provide us an opportunity for us to bring together community to be more involved. Because one of the, I think it was the Honorable Member of Parliament, who alluded to the fact that some of our parents and community members think that once you send the child to school, everything is said and done. You don't have to pay a coin because government has already given us universal primary education. And of course, to the community members, that's what it is. They believe, they know that it's free education, and free education means free food, free scholastic material, and everything that comes with for a learner to thrive. But it's important that we have community members involved in a more greater way, that they are part and parcel of the solution that we are seeking to find. So through Enough, we plan to engage local communities, that they can be part of the planning and implementation of school feeding programs, and also ensuring that these school feeding programs are tailored to each context, because it differs region by region. And we are also looking at championing inclusive messaging, whereby we emphasize that universal benefits of school feeding programs will definitely improve learning outcomes, that they will lead to better health and stronger communities. So for us, this is a good opportunity that Enough is here, and I would like to just also allude to what Engineer Joseph said. I think that was really the right way to put it, that when you have really been pushed to the wall, you find yourself saying enough is enough. And at that point, the only thing that is left is action. So I hope and pray that together we can act to end hunger in schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Irene. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had all the submissions from our panelists, And before I welcome questions, it's my great pleasure to signal the arrival of a number of distinguished guests. It's my pleasure to welcome a member of the Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children and also Woman MP for Bukama and Simbi. That's Honorable Nanyondo Veronica. Big round of applause. Welcome. Thank you for honoring our invitation. I'd also like to signal the arrival of the Vice Chairperson, Uganda Parliamentary Forum for Children, and also Member of Parliament for Kalungu West, Honorable Sewungu Joseph. Big round of applause. Honorable, thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, it's also our great pleasure and honor to signal the arrival of the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Health. Please welcome Dr. Diana Twine. Big round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, it's our great honor and pleasure to signal the arrival of our guest of honor, the third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama. Big round of applause. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Our distinguished guests and our guest of honor, we've been here at the launch of the Enough campaign since morning, and so many exciting things have happened. We had two right honorable speakers, one of them from northern Uganda, another one from western Uganda, and each of them telling us what are the challenges and what are the key causes and drivers of hunger. We have Right Honorable Speaker Alan and Right Honorable Speaker Mary, and you'll hear and probably see from them a bit earlier on. We also heard from the National Director. We also heard from Monsignor, and there's so many different perspectives which were shared about the challenges that we have as a nation and as the entire world about feeding and putting an end to hunger. Right now, we've got a panel of individuals. We're going to probably just abrogate and abbreviate the discussion because of time constraints. Probably just take only one or two questions. Mary, would you like to assist me again and probably walk around with the microphone? And
Yes, I can assist you.
oh, thank you so much. So, Right Honorable Guest of Honor, that is our speaker. Mary, you can stand up so that our guest of honor can see you. You can come to the front here. So Mary will be walking. So I'll probably take only one or two questions quickly. Tell us your name, your organization, and who the question is directed to. Mary, I think there's somebody in that corner there. So just give us your name, your organization, and let's keep our questions, I think, succinct and to the point.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Teddy Nachanzi, and I work with World Vision. My question is directed to the panelist who spoke about gender and the nutrition gap. I would like to know your recommendations on how to increase male involvement in the matters of nutrition and feeding for children, and as well as male interest in food security. How can we increase their interest, and what recommendations do you have? Thank you so much.
Okay. I think, Mary, for gender equality, even men need to be able to ask a question.
Okay.
Don't you think so?
That's fine, that's fine.
Yes. So I think choose a gentleman.
Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Mukirane from Health Right International. My question is to Mr. Kizito, and it revolves around production. We know that Speaker Alan spoke about alcoholism and how it has actually consumed most of our youth, but also some of the elders that could actually be involved in production. And that comes with mental health and psychosocial concerns. So how is this project prepared to deal with mental health issues, especially preparing these people to be engaged in production? Thank you very much.
Okay. We'll have one more lady and one more gentleman, and we'll close the questions.
Thank you so much. My name is Grace Ann Alupo Oyoka, Technical Programs Officer for Resilience and Livelihoods in World Vision Uganda. And my question goes to Mr. Kizito, in line with the speech that you gave about the stability of food resources through increase in uptake of technologies such as drought-resistant, early maturing varieties. Yes, my question is, these varieties are in the communities, and we supported the communities to grow them, but they have succumbed. For example, cassava, the Nigeria variety, has succumbed to brown streak virus, and then narocas too is also rotting in the garden. Then the maize, that is a food which is supposed to be promoted so much for school feeding, is also being affected by the bollworm. And this is increasing the cost of production for the farmers. What plans does the ministry have to help the communities come out of this challenge? Because they have really put in enough energy, but the outcome is not helping in any way, and this is contributing to hunger and malnutrition in the communities. Thank you.
All right, I'll take a final question, please. One final question, and then we will have to dive in. Time is really against us. We really need to wrap up.
Thank you, Dr. Mitch. I'm Donny Silas, the Policy Advocacy and Research Specialist at World Vision Uganda. My question is directed to Engineer Eyatu from Mwe. So, Engineer, I wanted to really hear from you how you would probably support the nation on issues to do with climate change, because we are having a problem in Uganda to do with charcoal burning in the sense that almost 3/4 of the entire population depend on charcoal, and it's very hard really to tame it. And because of that, you find that we have climate change issues, shortage of rainfall, something like that. And you can't blame it on the people because that is their livelihood. So I wanted probably to hear a policy from you or a recommendation on how we can really curb that, because with deforestation, it's very hard to have really to have a favorable climate, to ensure that you have reliable rainfall, to be able to really have sufficient food, sufficient crop growth, something like that. And it really relates to enough, because without really stable climate and environmental management, you can't have really sufficient food. So what recommendation would you come up with really to tame environmental degradation in terms of deforestation, especially in West Nile? It is very difficult for a poor person to stop charcoal burning, very, very impossible. Just like indiscriminate fishing in Uganda on the lakes, you find people are beaten here and there, but they'll go back to the lakes because that is their livelihood and there's no way you can really stop them. But what recommendation can you come up with? Thank you.
All right, so members of the panel, I'd like you to keep your reverts very short and to the point. Let's start off with the person on the chopping block, Mr. Kizito. Seems everybody is on your case.
Thank you, moderator. The first question was how do we address the issue of youth, mental health, to really support agricultural production? You limited it to the project which I have just highlighted. But I must say that the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries has put in place a youth strategy. And this strategy looks at how the youth can be supported, really to benefit or supported through different programs, and how the different programs can be designed to cater for the youth so that we can get them engaged into active production. Secondly, the Uganda Climate Smart Agriculture Transformation Project caters for 40% of youth and women to ensure that they are supported with the relevant technologies, innovations, so that it can be upscaled for income generation and also ensuring that they come out of activities which are not profitable. The last question was that is able to address the issue of cassava diseases like cassava brown streak and cassava mosaic diseases, developing disease-resistant varieties. But also in the meantime, they're looking at cleaning the current varieties, doing what is called virus indexing, cleaning the varieties and also going into production of clean planting materials for rapid production within communities. The issue of the African armyworm in maize is also being addressed through integrated means, what we call the integrated pest and disease management approaches, where you employ both chemical, cultural, and biological agents to reduce the risk of damage to the crop. When it comes to the issue of post-harvest handling, we are looking at building the capacity of our producer groups and also putting appropriate infrastructure like the storage so that they are able to store maize in an environment which is moisture-free so that we limit or reduce the aspect of contamination from aflatoxins. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kizito. I think there's a question which came to you, Claire. I'd like you to address yours quickly, then we'll close it up with Engineer Yatu, and then move on to the next segment.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to believe that behind every child, there is a mother that bore that child, and behind every mother is a father that participated in the creation. Talking about male involvement and interest come at household level. But today, in the Enough campaign, I would like to start off this campaign. Men in the house, gentlemen, you have children and women in the house. Let's start off this campaign just that the women face. Number 2, enough of the unpaid care work, the unpaid care economy. If we could evaluate the cost of child care and evaluate the cost of household chores, we would have better perspectives both from men at household level, but also from men in policies who can actually make decisions. And finally, enough of the food system failures. We are very aware that, as I highlighted before, that women dominate local food systems. So if we as men could promote those local food systems and ensure that women can access and utilize adequate food. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Engineer, closing statement.
Thank you very much. Enough is enough. The question is about climate change. Climate change impacts our lives in so many ways. And the causes of climate change are also diverse. Charcoal burning is just a small portion of it. Fortunately, I'm one of the leading negotiators for Uganda for the last about 15 years on climate change, mainly on adaptation. But as a ministry, what have we done is the question. One of the major causes of the effects of climate change that we're seeing now, of course, is the wetland destruction. We are now trying to restore that through our sister departments, Department of Wetlands. And I'm sure you have also seen some of us. Some of you are also in the wetlands, so get out. His Excellency the President, not mincing his words, he's told you, just leave peacefully, you'll not be compensated. So you know yourself. Honorable Tafire once said that if you're a frog,
you didn't just give me one sentence as your closing statement.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. And my closing remark and action to call is that we need to set the foundations right, and that is ensuring that as the children get out into the world, they are receiving the right nutrition. So as we talk of ending malnutrition and child hunger, it all starts at the 0 years, and we need to really focus on the strategies that promote the optimal nutrition for that age group, and of course through the other years. I wanted to go back on the point of male involvement and vis-a-vis the cultural and social norms that we are having that are actually impacting very much on the nutrition of the children and the hunger, malnutrition rates that we have. It is well known to us that we still have cultures or social norms where a man eats the biggest portion of the nutritious foods that we are promoting. I'm talking of the proteins. If you buy a chicken, the man is going to take 3/4 of the chicken, and the third goes to the child and the woman. Those are facts that we have. We also know that we still have taboos, actually. A woman does not eat eggs. A woman does not eat chicken. A woman does not, all the nutritious foods, there's something around it. So going back to the question on male involvement, I think it's very important that we create awareness and try to address these cultural social norms that are actually impacting on the nutrition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Irene, closing statement. Just remember, you are the last on the panel, so yours will be remembered by everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mitch and the other panelists. For me, it is just only one thing, and I would just like to call upon the Ministry of Education and other stakeholders in the room to fulfill the commitments we've made under the School Meals Coalition. Because I think if we can really meet those commitments, we'll have done well to fulfill the commitments we have also made to the children of this country. Because ultimately, if we have the right policies and we have the data that speaks to the policies, and we have the finances that are able to implement these policies, then we'll have really met the needs of these children, because at the end of it all, we just don't want our children to learn, but we want them to be able to learn and grow healthy and thrive. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Panelists, if you can quickly just stand in the center and we take a quick picture. Photography team, quickly, and then we'll move to the next segment. Members of the press, just, I think right in front of those pull-up banners would be amazing. Thank you very much to all of you. So, Mary, I know we've got 3 or 4 amazing speeches to come, but I think you have a quick introduction to make before we call upon our next guest speaker.
Yeah.
Why don't you do your job?
Okay, thank you for granting me this opportunity. Mr. MC, are you aware that telling us one of the best ways of communicating is to tell a story?
But of course, telling stories is, people don't forget stories. I agree with you.
They do not forget the stories. If you tell a story, every person keeps on his or her mind. Now up next, I'm welcoming 2 groups of people who shall give us a story, and those are from Lino and Bidibidi refugee settlement. A round clap that welcomes those people on the stage. Members, let's be quick.
Good afternoon. My name is called Oplen Hope. I am 12 years old, in Primary 6 from Rhino Camp Primary School in Omariokolo District, West Nile region of this country. I am going to talk about ending child hunger and malnutrition in schools. Hunger is a lack of food, especially for a long period of time. Hunger can majorly lead to malnutrition. Malnutrition is a state of illness caused by poor or underfeeding. I have some pictures that talks about effects of hunger and malnutrition on school children. In picture 1, we have the teacher is teaching. The one of the boy is active and listening to the teacher. But the one who is angry is sleeping. This can lead to poor performance. In picture 2, the sugar daddy is giving money to the school girl. The school girl will not say no because there is high pressure of hunger. Picture 3, the child is unhealthy. He is showing signs of malnutrition and kwashiorkor. Picture 4, we have a schoolboy is going to is stealing maize from someone's garden. And this is not good for children. Picture 5, some boys are playing, but the one who is hungry is seated alone under the mango tree, thinking of where will I get something to eat. Picture 6, because of hunger, the boy go and climb a mango tree to get some mangoes. But he ended up getting an accident. The tree branch broke and he fell. That takes us to the solutions. How can we prevent or avoid these effects? Picture 1, the parents have been talked to about ending child hunger and malnutrition. This can be done by the school authorities, parasocial workers, health workers, LC1s, and supporting partners like World Vision. Picture 2, the parents took action. They are now growing crops. Picture 3, the woman is storing some fruits in the granary for future use. Picture 4, the children are enjoying the meals with their parents. They are happy. Picture 5, the mother is packing food for the child to go to school with it to help him in overcoming hunger. I believe these actions can end child hunger and malnutrition in schools. Thanks.
Let's give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is called Jacob Panji. I come from Bidibidi Refugee Settlement. We have some drawing here with my friend. I request him to come.
My name is called Mungulan Raymond.
In first drawing, we have the parents, the father and the mother are fighting because there is no food at home and the child is crying. In the second drawing, the child is crying and the mother is thinking how to get the food to give to the child. Part 2, the mother is digging so that he can get food.
Wait, speak. In picture 2, we learn that if there is no food at home, we have to go and grow crops to stop overcoming hunger. In picture 3, we learn that if now is their home, if at home there is now food, before we eat that food, we have to wash our hands with the clean water and the soap before eating the food to avoid disease from poor hygiene. I rest my explanation. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to these talented young people from Rhino Resettlement Camp and Bidi Bidi Refugee Camp. Thank you very much. Let's just stand there and take a picture. It's at this moment that it's our great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to actually talk a little bit more about World Vision Uganda's commitment and contribution. Please welcome the board chairperson, World Vision Uganda, Mrs. Jacqueline K. Opondo.
Wow, that was very telling and very evident that the men are missing in action. And we need to engage them more. Yeah? Whenever you hear the one enough is enough, normally it is said with an attitude. Enough is enough. You know? And possibly we need to have that kind of agitation to be able to do that. Good afternoon. Our guest of honor, the third Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Rukia Nakadama, the Minister of State for Primary Education, Honorable Dr. Joyce Kaduchu, the Permanent Secretary for Health, Dr. Diana Atwine, our World Vision East Africa Regional Director, Lillian Dozo, fellow board members are present. There were some here. Alia and others are joining online. Honorable members of parliament present, commissioners from different ministries, our development partners, international and national NGOs, civil society organizations present, the media, the management and staff of World Vision Uganda, all protocol observed, and our dear children, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all. Today is an exciting day. Exciting day for all of us, exciting day for World Vision. I stand with my fellow colleagues as we welcome you to this official unveiling of the Enough campaign in Uganda. It is indeed a significant moment in our journey at World Vision as we continue to fulfill our mandate of improving the well-being of all children in Uganda. Our Enough initiative is yet another step to reaffirm our commitment in ensuring that every child lives life in its fullness, in all of its fullness, as our vision states. Our Enough campaign is clear, and indeed, the demonstrations from the children and also from our panelists, they have demonstrated what is at stake. Our agenda is clear. We seek a world where every child enjoys enough nourishment from the right food so that they can thrive. If a child has to sleep hungry, they have to go to school hungry, there is no way they can thrive. We may talk about good and high pass rates, we may talk about so many other things, but if they don't have the right food, they cannot thrive. The voices have been echoed by some of the children today that we need to act and stand with the children. The children are not asking for too much, but we need to refocus our energies and fulfill what we owe to them, a bright future. And all of us must put our hands on the deck. Both the Sustainable Development Goals, our Africa Agenda 2063, the National Development Plan 3, and our Vision 2040, supported by several policies and strategies, allude to the will and effort incorporated in fulfilling the promises we have made to improve the lives and communities of all our children. During the last 4 years of implementing our strategy, we have learned that building secure livelihoods, improving nutrition requires multisectoral and integrated approaches. And as we have seen in the discussions that we have had today, this must start at the household level. Therefore, by working in collaboration with government and partners, we have promoted climate-smart agriculture practices, supported cash and food assistance programs, invested in mindset change, and strengthened community structures, all of which are contributing to end hunger and malnutrition. It's as if the journey has just begun, and therefore it is a fact that Enough campaign is timely, for it creates opportunity for us to accelerate our actions toward the realization of our strategy. And as we go into this planning period, we believe that as we end this strategy for this planning period and go into the next planning period of our strategy, we are joining efforts to make sure that this is scaled up. This is scaled up so that we can work through, it becomes our focus of our new and forthcoming strategy. As I conclude, I would like to thank all of our stakeholders and the government of Uganda for supporting this initiative, embracing our call to end child hunger and malnutrition. Thank you so much. And indeed, you have ably come and you have demonstrated your support by being part of this campaign launch. But I have an appeal. I appeal to everyone here to continuously aim at achieving zero hunger in Uganda. There has been a spotlight on the men. It is not putting the men on the spot, but evidently something must happen. It is possible, therefore, to work together as we drive lasting impact today and for the many generations to come. I thank you all for God and my country.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Jacqueline K. Opondo, the board chairperson, World Vision Uganda. Let's give a round of applause. Our next speaker is the regional leader, World Vision East Africa. I'd like to draw your attention to the screen as she talks about the World Vision Global Call to Action. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to Lillian Dodzo.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you can hear me. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this very important launch, the Enough launch in Uganda. I'd like to recognize our guest of honor, the third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama, the Minister of State for Primary Education, Honorable Dr. Joyce Moriku Kaduku, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Dr. Diana Atwine, Deputy Representative of UNICEF, Mrs. Margarita Tileva, Honorable members of Parliament that are present, the board chair of World Vision Uganda who's just spoken, Madam Jacqueline Opondo, World Vision Uganda board members present, commissioners from different ministries, our development partners, international and national NGOs that are our peers. I also want to recognize Mr. Jason Evans, our former MD that I saw in the room earlier on, civil society organizations present, the media, the children who are really our most important partner and stakeholder, and I'm so happy to see them so actively participating in this launch. And finally, the leadership and staff of World Vision Uganda. Let me just say all protocols observed to make sure that I don't miss any important people. I'm joining you today from South Africa. I apologize that I could not be physically present there, but thank God for technology that I'm able to deliver the call of action from a global perspective from World Vision International. Let me start by expressing my condolences to the government and people of the Republic of Uganda for the tragedy that has occurred, claiming over 30 lives in a landslide. My prayer is that God enables the souls of the departed to rest in peace, and may their families be comforted by God Almighty, even as the government of Uganda puts in place mechanisms to respond and meet their needs. It's a pleasure for me to be with you today to launch World Vision Uganda's Enough campaign, which is a call to end child hunger and malnutrition. Thank you to all of you for joining us as we amplify our voices towards sustainable change and brighter futures for the children of Uganda. Through this campaign, World Vision International has a bold vision, and that vision is to mobilize resources towards a world where every child enjoys enough nourishing food, but not only does that, but thrives. It's a vision that we truly believe is possible if we all come together and if we all put our hands on deck. One might wonder why the Enough campaign now? Distinguished guests, the global scale of child hunger and malnutrition is really astounding. If you look at the figures, we hear that an estimated 148 million children who are under 5 are affected by stunting globally. And unfortunately, 30% of those, or 44 million of those children, are here on our continent in Africa. Furthermore, we see statistics that tell us that globally, 45 million children are affected by wasting. I heard earlier on that in Uganda, the prevalence of stunting is at 24.4%, wasting at 3.2%, and the under 5 mortality is 52 for every 1,000 live births. So colleagues, these statistics are quite alarming, and we know that the stakes that we are faced with are high. So I want to invite us all to be challenged and be reminded to think beyond the data. Because even as we hear these statistics, sometimes we forget that these are lives. These are children's lives. Every number that I have stated represents a human life, a child with their own individual story. I was quite pleased when I heard earlier on, I think it was from Engineer Joseph Eyatu, when he said, you know, we have to be annoyed by these statistics and what we are seeing happening to our children. And even as we declare enough is enough, we should do that with annoyance, because for sure enough is enough. Children in Uganda and across Africa are counting on all of us to join together and to address these challenges of hunger and malnutrition conclusively. And the time to act is now. And we know, colleagues, that the world has enough to provide food. the world has enough to care for every child facing hunger and malnutrition. But why is this not the reality right now, as these statistics have shown us? This is something that must challenge us to do something. We have an entire generation of children that are depending on us to ensure that every child has access to enough nutritious food sourced ethically and sustainably so they can thrive everywhere where they are. And friends, we recognize that as World Vision International, we can't do it alone. So the Enough campaign is very much aligned with Sustainable Development Goal number 2, which focuses on zero hunger. And it also supports other United Nations and Africa Union frameworks. In Africa, World Vision's transformative development initiatives are spread across 27 countries in East, West, and Southern Africa. And we operate from rural agricultural villages to disaster-prone areas, to conflict-prone areas and other fragile contexts. In East Africa alone, we are spread across 9 countries, namely Burundi, Ethiopia, Kenya, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, Tanzania, and Uganda, where we are today. And in those countries, World Vision is implementing over 900 projects and reaching 26 million people, 16 million of whom are children in financial year 23 alone. And in financial year 23, we're blessed to also have a budget of more than 944 million United States dollars. And these projects were implemented by 6,500 of our staff. And our programs include child protection, disaster management, economic development, education, food security and resilience, health and nutrition, and water, sanitation, and hygiene. Friends, you may want to know that on the 20th of September 2023, in the USA in New York, World Vision launched its Global Enough campaign alongside the UN General Assembly. And at that launch globally, World Vision International committed to focus the next 3 years on reducing hunger and improving nutrition for more than 125 million children across 67 countries where they are suffering the most. And 27 out of those 67 countries are in our continent in Africa, and 9 are here in our region in East Africa, including Uganda. So globally, in terms of funding to roll out this campaign, World Vision International has also committed to dedicate US $3.4 billion from private sources, institutional donors like governments and UN agencies who are investing in our work, including Vision Fund, through microphone loans to families to support the success of this campaign. After that global launch on 21st February 2024, I had the privilege, alongside other World Vision leaders from across Africa, to launch the continental campaign, Enough campaign, in Addis Ababa on the margins of the AU Heads of State Summit. And at that launch, World Vision East, West, and Southern Africa committed to jointly dedicate US $1.7 billion over the next 3 years to support this Enough campaign. I am therefore delighted today to be part of this wonderful launch in World Vision Uganda and to witness this national launch today in the presence of the children who are the very beneficiaries that we serve and partners that we work with. Ladies and gentlemen, this campaign is building on significant impact of our work in partnership with many of you that are in this room today. And this work has had an impact on the urgent and growing hunger situation confronting the continent. This is our global hunger response, which has already reached in its second phase 8 million people in Africa after we received $184 million between October 2023 and June 2024 across 17 countries in Africa. And during phase 1 of our global hunger response, which ran from April 2022 to September 2023, World Vision reached over 20 million people, including 11 million children, across 18 African countries. So the Enough campaign is building on that global hunger response where we've already seen such good impact and also expect to continue to see more as we reach out to more children in partnership with yourselves. And as I said, just as we cannot end hunger and malnutrition alone as one organization, we cannot also do so by responding in isolation from broader development and humanitarian programming needs. So we've made sure that the Enough campaign goals are aligned and integrated in all the programs that we do, in all the advocacy work that we do across World Vision International. For example, we know that drought caused by climate change can also result in children dropping out of school, girls getting married early, or children forced into child labor, further deepening is often compounded by conflict and insecurity, quite rampant across our region, which further limits people's access to livelihood opportunities. And we are seeing a clear example of that today in Sudan, where war persists and access is limited, and so many people, and especially children, are on the brink of famine. So, distinguished guests, by uniting, we can become a powerful force in eradicating child-loved children. Let us continue to respond in a way that ensures quality programs and accountability for the children and families at the heart of our work. Children's futures depend on us, and children's futures depend on us working in partnership. Today, tomorrow, and for as long as it takes, let us all say enough. No child should suffer from hunger if we all act now. Enough is enough. I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Regional Leader, World Vision East Africa, Lillian Dodzo. It's now my utmost pleasure to introduce the Head of Nutrition, Child Survival and Development Program at UNICEF. Please welcome Mr. Zakaria Fusheini. Big round of applause to him.
The Right Honorable Rukia Dakama, Third Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Joyce Kaduka, State Minister of Primary Education, Dr. Diana Anchu Kanzira, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health, Member of Parliament present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Zak Fusheini, Head of Nutrition, UNICEF, standing in for the country representative. I just want us to reflect that from the spoonful of food, it could be a porridge, it could be anything, that a parent feeds to a child, the first food, the parent feels loved. And from the first family food shared with children, young children, toddlers growing up, there is a community. From adolescents who are on the street, in schools, sharing snacks, there is joy. And for every child, food is life. And that is why we are here. Thank you so much. Just want to first acknowledge and appreciate World Vision International for inviting us to come and share a word or two on nutrition services, especially when it comes to children. Congratulations to the government of Uganda for progressing in most of the nutrition indices that are being mentioned here. We've heard a lot of statistics. We know that the government has made tremendous efforts in reducing stunting, which is a developmental deprivation of children, over the past decade by more than half. This is a great work done by the government. The government has also reduced child wasting to below the SDG target, which is also something we need to applaud the government of Uganda for that. We have seen iodization programs almost eliminated in Uganda because they might not be the need. If you look at the salt iodization, it's almost 100%. Breastfeeding is somewhere around 90%. That is quite a great job. And we want to, again, as UNICEF, thank you on behalf of children for this kind of progress. However, there is a talk about globalization, climate change, urbanization, public health emergencies. And these are issues that are present in Uganda and elsewhere. As a result of this, we still have close to 2 million children who are stunted in the country. We still have about 230,000 children who are severely wasted. These are worrying that there's much more effort that is needed. And we call on the government to make sure that we work together towards reducing this. We need to do two things for children to be able to reverse the high stunting, wasting, etc. If we're able to provide the needed diet for children, that is the food we're talking about, for them to have enough food, they'll be able to grow well. In addition to the food, we need to make sure that we provide appropriate services, nutrition services, at all levels. And when we combine these two with appropriate practices at the household to ensure that caretakers, mothers, all household members support children to be able to feed well, then we will not be talking about malnutrition in Uganda. Of course, we have enough food. We just need to look at how we can do that. Now, just 2 minutes, I'm asked to reflect on the service delivery. If you look at nutrition program elsewhere and in Uganda, there's some simple things we could do. We could look at just counseling of mothers, caregivers at the community level. And these are evidence-based intervention that can help mothers to be able to practice enough and very adequate nutritional well-being for children. We could also look at complementary this what we call the social behavior change with simple things like home gardening, like educating children in school, like ensuring that hygiene practices, etc., are addressed. And all this, if we do these simple practices, including ensuring that mothers who are pregnant in our health facilities, they get the needed nutritional services to be able to deliver well, very well-nourished children, then we will be addressing the issue of high stunting and then wasting. And that is why I want us to ask ourselves as a country, are we providing enough services? We still covering only 70,000 out of the 230,000 children who need treatment at our health facilities for severe acute malnutrition. Only 32% of women are not accessing ANC services. I use the word only because I want to acknowledge the government for the progress made in the 68% of pregnant women who are accessing ANC to be given enough nutrition, education, etc. We still have a gap of about 28% of children who did not receive vitamin A supplementation last year, for example. So from this, we could see that there's still more to do. We may not be providing enough services for children. So we're calling on you to ensure that we work together towards ensuring services are provided. How can we do this? The government have what we call the Uganda National Action Plan, which is the nutrition action plan needed to accelerate growth. And I guess the Right Honorable Prime Minister is fully aware of the effort the ministry and the government is doing around this. We have costed that plan. If we could fund that plan, which is basically in 5 years' time, I think around 890 million US dollars for 5 years, we know the return of investment is going to bring. and that is not too much for children to ask, to ensure that this plan is invested fully enough to be able to provide services. Human resource is the number one services that we call on you to provide investment for nutrition. Minister of Health, we thank you for the effort you are making on that, but we feel that the gap in nutrition cadet is huge. If you go to the communities, go to the facilities, you still have some of these gaps, and we want to call on you to ensure that enough human resources for nutrition is provided. We also know that nutrition supplies and essential medicines are critical. Vitamin A supplementation, the ready-to-use therapeutic food, supplementary food, we have micronutrients, etc. Are they adequate in our facilities? Perhaps no, because if you consider the iron folate supplementation, for example, we haven't suboptimal provision for mothers who need them. And these are services that we need to fund and support to ensure that we have adequate nutrition services that are very much enough for everyone. Perhaps let me mention the issue around demand creation. It seems we've forgotten it when we're looking at service provision. If you look at the supply side, yes, we provide what is needed, but in the communities, are we creating the demand for the household to be able to ensure that they have the necessary knowledge to impact on the communities and from others? The village health teams, for example, the community health workers, how do we empower them to be able to have the needed information and skills to measure children, simple as measuring the MOAC tape to determine and screen a child whether it's malnourished or not, are immediate and I think low-hanging services we can provide at the demand creation level to make sure that those are done. So as we launch this Enough campaign, I just want to let you know that UNICEF at the global level earlier this year in June launched what we call the child food poverty. And child food poverty is just looking about children who have the ability to eat the minimum diversified diets that are needed for healthy growth. 5 out of 8 diets. A child not meeting it has a child food poverty. Uganda, we know child food poverty is around 90%. Severe child food poverty is around 24%. That is not good enough. Similar trend in other countries. So in other words, governments need to do more, partners need to do more, communities need to do more to reverse this. We also launched what we call the No Time to Waste, which is also at the global level, and thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for launching it during the Nutrition Forum, the No Time to Waste campaign in Uganda, to reverse the child wasting challenges that exist in our communities. And I think there is complementarity between Enough campaign, the No Time to Waste campaign, and the child food poverty campaign that we can coordinate and work together to ensure that we reverse the stunting trend, the wasting trend, and the micronutrients trend to be able to reduce what we call the double burden of malnutrition. That in that case, I want to add lastly that overweight and obesity among children are something that are coming up. The data is telling us that it is something we need to start looking at in Uganda for children, especially in schools. So we are dealing with double burden of malnutrition. We have the undernutrition where children are not getting enough, and then we have the overnutrition. And I don't think in Africa our health system are capacitated enough to be dealing with undernutrition at the same time chronic related diseases that these children will suffer in the years to come. As we reflect, I want to conclude with a quote that the greatest burden of all forms of malnutrition is shouldered by children and young adults, which is perpetrated by intergenerational poverty. In all its forms, malnutrition is a right for a child and a young person. It's their fundamental right, and I call on all of us to ensure that we uphold this right, to ensure we provide enough services for the children to be able to live up to their fullest potential. Thank you and all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Zakaria, for inspiring us. Madam Guest of Honor, up next, I'm introducing to you Nakasongola children from Nakasongola Junior School, a school that is located in Nakasongola district, northernmost district in the central region of Uganda. Children from Nakasongola district, you are welcome. Let's give them a hand clap as they are coming.
To represent the children of Nakasongola district. We are going to present a poem titled, Who is to Blame?
This is Nakasongola Junior School, Nigeria, going to recite a poem entitled, Who is to Blame? We, the leaders of tomorrow, the pillars of the future, hear us cry, trying to fly, out of pain but all in vain. Oh, our land in tears, oh so full of fear. The reason this season the pillar is weak, oh none at all. Young as I am, so small and weak, sent to school but life not good. Sunny to poor, hygienically tortured, tormented and stripped. Premature at birth, colleagues are dying, some bedridden, the cause is you. Hunger. But why? Hunger, hunger, are you the trumpet? Everywhere you, a threat to the world, a song to the continent, preached on every pulpit, a song on every podium, played on every instrument, killing the young, the youth, and the old. You are extremists. Innocent me, hungry and the anger, I'm abused and used all day long, calling on you, my only God. All I get is nothing but violence in silence. A leader, my meta, becomes a tormentor. I can't take in on empty stomach, okay? But who is to blame? Me? You? Who? Bayange? Mutu June. I'm full of fear, oh my dear, covered in tears. A boy is safe, safer than me. Look at me, just as a toy, they toss me down till dawn, demanding me love, swapping for food. Oh my goodness, Lord God forbid. What? Yeah. Mother and father, leaders and guardians, sorry for the bother. No, go marry, me go school. I don't care, please I swear you must go marry. Refuse to marry, nobody will marry. You see, that's what they do. But who is to blame? Me? You? Who? Parents and guardians, community at large, we need each other as people of this land. We must join hands out of hunger. Hunger must go for a better life. We must be fair to bear the fruit, where children learn and they meet a bill. Yes,
underweight of newborn children, high rates of heart diseases, high blood pressure and healthcare costs, promote sanitation and hygiene. Education and mass protect the children, seek justice and bear witness. To God we believe, if all is done, our future is safe. Yes, yes. Bravo, 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 World Vision celebrating your life. Happy we win. I don't want to miss and they need not to miss. Jump on the cruise of World Vision, the wagon is safe. Move by the clock, time and time. Wait for no man, okay? Thank you so much. World Vision supporting the nation in all our ventures. May God bless you. Wow. Yes. Our call is hard. God is great. We are safe at last. Life was hard. Never again. Children will fit and grow. Children will fit to grow. Together they will live in joy. Mwah. Mwah.
Thank you very much, Nakazongola Primary School. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to now take this opportunity to welcome to the podium the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, Dr. Diana Atwine. Round of applause.
Our chief guest, the third Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honorable Lukia Nakadama, the Minister of State for Primary Education, Honorable Joyce Moriko, the leadership of the Regional World Vision, the Honorable Members of Parliament present, the board members of World Vision, the representative of the development partners and government agencies, our civil society and other NGOs, both international and national, the media, management of World Vision Uganda, our children. I want to observe the protocol. I'm honored today to be invited to talk about the cost of malnutrition in children. As you have heard, without really taking much of our time, I just wanted to summarize in a few words. And I want first to begin with a reflection of what the previous speakers have said. One is that the children's future depends on us. And so our action or our inaction depend or will show whether we are living up to the task. Child hunger and malnutrition is a bigger problem, and we want to thank World Vision to work with government to put this on your agenda, responding to the global call, the regional, and also at national level. As you all know, I will not go through what even the children have talked to us here today. Child hunger and malnutrition has a diverse effect on child survival and the child well-being, with many consequences, especially on development per capita, economic productivity, and national development. And these consequences, they are also of a great concern for policymakers and decision makers in this country. So when we look at a report of 2022, the UNDHS, 26% of children aged 6 months to 59 months, we saw that they were stunted. And that is a big percentage for a country, especially a country that has a big percentage of a young population. And I must say, we want to congratulate everyone who has been working to make sure that we make progress. I think as a country, we have made significant progress in the last number of years. However, we still need to put in more effort, to work together to end hunger and malnutrition. As you have heard before, malnutrition affects education, child's education. Because this is factual, it is scientific, there has been a linkage between the stunting, malnutrition, and poor performance in school. That one, it's not speculation, it is factual, it is statistically significant. According to our UADHS report, it also showed that the mothers that were educated, that had gone to the secondary school, their children were less affected by malnutrition. And that calls for ensuring that our young girls go to school and get to higher classes, because that is also one magic bullet to better well-being of our children. The impact of, and I am glad that the UNICEF representative here also talked about the scale of malnutrition, but also the percentages that are affected, and the linkage with gross domestic production. The children who are stunted, especially in their first early years, they are more likely to repeat classes. This is also factual. So when you see our rural children repeating and performing poorly, partly, possibly it is the education, maybe the teachers, but we know also that largely it has to do with nutrition. Malnutrition has a correlation, a direct linkage with low cognitive and physical development. 12.2% of school repetition, the children who repeat, are directly associated with malnutrition. Malnutrition is a bigger contributor to our pediatric admission, not only pediatric, but adolescent and young women. When you visit demonstration farms at facility level, when a woman delivers and they've come for immunization, they are able to be taught so that physically they are able to meet there and learn. We need to institute
Recording in
programs.
progress.
Oh, sorry. We need to see programs, and I love what the regional leader said, that now we are talking about integration. Ministry of Health is talking about integration. So that when we are talking about community interventions, when we cannot achieve malnutrition, we cannot achieve end of hunger target when the community is not at the center of whatever we are doing. So interagency collaboration,
We need to have policies that are implementable. We want to see bylaws in districts, in regions, based on their food, the foods they produce, and we want to see the policies and guidelines and protocols and bylaws that are implementable at community level. We can have laws and guidelines and we put them on the shelves. If we do not translate these as actionable points at community level, they remain very nice guidelines with the flag of Uganda, colors of Uganda on the front page, and they gather dust on our shelves. And we need to we just need to change the modus operandi of what we do on a daily basis, as leaders, as communities, as implementers, as the community. The other thing is community sensitization. I know civil society has been in the community, we have leaders, we have implementers, we have other structures to support us to deliver a message to the community. But what does that mean? Is community sensitization only going to, we hold, seminars and then, no, it is about demonstration. People learn better when they see. What demonstrations are we doing in the community that can wake us up at community level to embrace this practice? So community sensitization, community ownership, so that they don't see the program as World Vision program. They will not, I'm about to finish, Madam Joyce, I know that. The community must own the program. If they see the intervention as World Vision, this Ministry of Agriculture coming from this and that, this NGO, it will be just like, it will be superficial. We need to see how we can engage the community, they own it, and they implement the interventions. The root cause. And one of the root causes here that we talked about is men involvement. Men involvement, that is another agenda. We may not exhaust that issue because it is a bigger problem. I was in Kabong recently, and I found half of the ward with severely malnutrition children, really children with malnutrition. And we were giving supplements, and the woman, one of the women I found outside, and she told me, I don't want to go home, because when I go home, my supplements, when I take, my husband sells them, and he goes to drink. Women go to gardens and have food, they dig, they prepare the food for their family. When they are about to harvest, men come and beat them, and women go away. They harvest the food, take to and drink alcohol. When the time for planting comes, they go and say, we are reconciling, please come home. All the problems we had, so that the woman comes to start preparing the food again. So men involvement is a bigger issue. And integration of our services. When we go to the community, can we sit together? Can we see on a round table wherever we are, we see representation. When we are implementation, when we are sensitizing, can we take the message as integrated? Thank you very, very much. I just want to say that although the effort is made, we need a lot to do. We have the best food in Uganda. It is a paradox that we have malnutrition in Uganda. But how do we change this? We need to change the attitude. We need to change the way we approach. We need to put in place mechanisms that bring all of us together on the table, and we integrate our messages and implementation. Thank you very much. Allow me to invite Honorable Joyce Moriku to make her remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the Permanent Secretary. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, permit me to go straight to the content with due respect to our guest of honor, the third Deputy Prime Minister, who is under pressure to move for another engagement. Actually, she's been waited. I may not really have all the adequate time, but let me quickly summarize. I want to observe protocol with respect to all of you who are here. My name is Dr. Joyce Moriko Kaduchu. I'm the Minister of State holding the portfolio of primary education. Permit me convey a very cordial greetings from my ministry, especially the Minister of Education, who is the First Lady, Mama Janet, and all the fraternity from the Ministry of Education. I've been invited to make a statement on enabling a school meal environment. As Ministry of Education and Sports, we're one of the biggest stakeholders as far as issues pertaining nutrition, school meal, and hunger for children is concerned. I am indeed honored today to join you all, especially the World Vision fraternity, as we launch this very important campaign on ending hunger and malnutrition. And I want to thank World Vision for choosing to take on this very important initiative. And I want to thank you for the contribution you've made, most especially in the education sector. I was so encouraged to learn that one of the focus for this campaign will be the school feeding campaign program, of which we will always associate with you. Ladies and gentlemen, as a scientist, permit me to use evidence-based statistics. And I'm happy my sisters just talked about the Uganda Demographic Health Survey 2022. The statistics that showed, that is 2022, our sister talked of 24.4, but my sister talked of 26% of our children countrywide are stunted, and 3.2% are wasted. 3.2%. We've heard this is far below the SDG standard. We also have overweight, the children who are overweight, which is much higher than children who are wasted. 3.4% of our children are overweight. And those who are underweight stands at 9.7%. What is this statistic teaching us today? Apparently, the issue of hunger, the issue of no food, absolutely is not the biggest problem in Uganda. Because if you can have 3.4% of children overweight, obese, and 3.2 who are wasted, this is malnutrition, both underweight and overweight, meaning that we have to bring the two extremities together. And this is where we need to talk about the quality of food we give for our children, the nutrients that we must teach our people for the children to eat. I have to really state that feeding and nutrition is fundamental for the attainment of quality education. And we start this with breastfeeding. The same statistics said exclusive breastfeeding within the first 6 months stands at 87%, close to 90%, which we must give credit to the team from Ministry of Health and the entire people of Uganda. Breastfeeding within the first hour of birth stands at I think it stands at 82%. 96% of our children, by 2 years, they were breastfed. That alone speaks volume as far as issues of hunger, malnutrition, underweighting, and obesity is concerned. So what does this teach us? Ladies and gentlemen, for us in education, in 1997, the government of Uganda, through His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, UPE was brought on board. And because of that, we saw significant enrollment in the primary education sector, from 2.5 million to 5.3 in 1997 within 1 year. To date, as of June 2024, our enrollment stands at 10,976,778 learners. Out of this, 48% are girls, 52% are boys. Much as we are celebrating the huge population of learners in our education sector, we still have challenges of feeding our children, but I am happy in the discussions we brought on board the issue of Education Act of 2008, which act is still in use. I am happy the members of parliament are here. We have not yet reviewed the act, and the act stated matters of feeding our children, the sole responsibility lies on us, the parents. So I want to call upon all the people of Uganda, let's try as much as possible to provide food, the food that we have for our children. We as ministry, we initiated a parent-led school feeding program that targeted the entire country. And in 2018, the First Lady, who is Mama Janet, the minister, took the initiative personally to tour the entire country to spread the message, to sensitize the parents on the importance of school feeding. And there were 4 options in this program. 1, a situation where a parents are expected to pack food for learners. 2, children can go back home for a midday meal for those whose homes are closer. 3, cash contribution, but this has been misused. And 4th is contribution in kind. However, ladies and gentlemen, this has been really what is in the policy, that the parents have to take the first initiative in ensuring that the children are well fed. I want in a special way really to state that we have a school feeding program for Karamoja region. Ministry of Education, together with our partners, we prioritize the school feeding program for Karamoja that has been supported through World Food Program and other partners. And this was well coordinated using homegrown food instead of really looking for handouts. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, in 2017, we formed a multi-stakeholders working group to coordinate, to support, and to mobilize resources for school feeding program. And we are currently at the final stages of completing the school feeding and the nutrition policy for our school. And I call all our partners, let's support this policy so that we will be able to be really implement the policy for our country. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, it is true that statistics speaks volume. When we look at our dropout rate, the completion rate for our children, it is so scaring. In 2010, we had a total of 1,943,000 learners in primary one. When they went through 2016, only 630,000 sat PLE, translating to 32 completion rate. Then in 2014, a total of 1,932,000 went P1. They went through to P7, and in 2020, only 740,000 sat PLE, translating to a completion rate of 38%. While between 2016 and 2022, those who joined primary one and completed primary 7 and sat PLE, the completion rate stands at 44%. When investigation and science did studies to find out the probably dropout reasons, among the very critical reasons why the children are dropping out is the issue of feeding. We have food available in our community, in our families, but oftentimes this food is not available to the children. The food may be available, the right quality, the right quantity is not available to the children. That's why the stunting level, the statistics from Ministry of Health shows that percentage we are talking about is actually higher in our well-grown places like Busheng, like Western Uganda, where there are plenty of milk, plenty of food, but children are still stunted, signifying the food is not being given to our children. And in 2015 to 2016, the statistics we have indicated within 1 year, the dropout from P1 to P2 stands at 26.6%. Because in 2015, a total of 1,842,000 children joined primary one. And within 1 year, 489,000 dropped out, translating to 26.6%. That shows that our children are dropping out right from a tender age, from primary one, transiting to primary 2 up to 7. So I want to call upon all of us to support this initiative. As Ministry of Education and Sports, I want to pledge a total commitment to continue supporting efforts that is geared towards improving school attendance and improving the learning outcome. We pledge to support this campaign as we seek to secure an effective and sustainable parent-led school feeding program that will provide adequate nutrition for our children to be able to learn effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, my brother, good brother, is asking about the issue of policy because the policy is still parent-led feeding program, meaning that our parents take the key critical priority in feeding the learners. But in the event that we review this policy and we make it to turn the other way around, that will be most welcome. And I call upon all of us who are here. The policy still remains the Education Act of 2008, which stipulates clearly on page 12 the role and responsibility of parents and guardians. Among them, number C is to provide food, provide clothes, shelter, medical care, and transport for the learners. But we are always open. Our doors as Ministry of Education and Sports will remain open for further consultation, for further discussion to ensure in case of policy review and we adapt to what is good for the future of our country. I must say, the dark is not so dark because there is a moon. We have hope that certainly the issue of feeding our children will improve because government is committed to improve the welfare and improve the quality of education of our learners. Ladies and gentlemen, with all those, I want to take this opportunity to say thank you for listening, and I say all this for God and my country. I now take this singular honor and pleasure to invite our guest of honor, who is none other than the third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, to come and deliver the closing remark and officially launch the campaign. We put hands together as she comes on the podium. Welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister of State for Primary Education, Dr. Joyce Morik Kaduchu, Honorable Members of Parliament present, our Permanent Secretary from Ministry of Health, Dr. Diana, the World Vision East African Regional Director, Lilian Dodzo, the Board and Management of World Vision Uganda, representatives from different ministries, departments, and agencies, development partners, international and national NGOs, media, I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon all. I'm Nakadama Rukia Isanga. I'm a woman member of parliament for a district called Mayuge. And I'm the third Deputy Prime Minister and Minister without portfolio in the Republic of Uganda. I'm delighted to be here today at the official launch of the Enough campaign by World Vision Uganda. And before any other thing, I want to bring you greetings from the Office of the Minister and the Office of the President. I think I'm one of those who are privileged to be. In addition, I would like to thank the board and management of World Vision Uganda for according me the opportunity to officiate the launch of this campaign. On behalf of my government, I wish to welcome the guests who have come from different entities to attend today's engagement. In a very special way, allow me to congratulate World Vision Uganda upon this significant milestone in hands to unveil the drive to end hunger and malnutrition. This is a clear demonstration of your unwavering commitment to serve and impact the vulnerable children in this country. The Enough campaign is well aligned to the global commitments under the Sustainable Development Goals, Africa Agenda 2063, and the East African Community Vision 2050. This equally includes our National Development Plan 3, the National Development Plan 4, which is underway, and Vision 2040. The right to food is a fundamental human right guaranteed under the 1995 Constitution of Uganda. As a government, we continue to encourage people to grow and store adequate food, establish national food reserves, promote proper nutrition through mass education and other appropriate means in order to build a healthy state. In fulfillment of this mandate, we have put in place relevant structures, systems, and an enabling policy environment to support food security and nutrition right from the lowest to the highest level of government. We have set up programs and projects aimed at enhancing agricultural production, food security, and nutrition with a focus on vulnerable groups. Some of these have included the Youth Livelihood Fund, the Women Empowerment Program, the National Agricultural Advisory Services, that is NADS, and Operation Wealth Creation. All these programs have contributed to production of food. 76% of agricultural households heads are engaged in agriculture activities, and this number increases to 86% for women. The President's message on investing in agriculture has been consistent over the years. We have to modernize agriculture to be able to produce more for consumption and a wider market beyond our borders. Over the years, we have all witnessed considerable shift in Uganda's food systems, right from the point of production to having food on the table. We have just had some good progress. However, the way we produce, we package, we market, we transport, and consume food in many parts of the Uganda raises critical issues of concern. The children were asking, whom should we blame? The narrative of Uganda being Africa's food basket has changed. We are experiencing climate change effects in the form of increased floods, droughts, and unpredictable weather patterns. Amidst these challenges, we still find that only 3% of our agriculture households at a national level are using irrigation, and 25% are using improved seeds. Only 5% of our households are receiving advice from an extension worker. And I think this is the reason that we wouldn't have been in this hall if we wanted to touch the real problem. Because when we put this meeting here, we are talking to those who are already saved. We are talking to the savees. People who are not yet saved are far from this place. They are on ground. Why should we bring such a meeting or a launch in a hotel? It is not proper for us to talk to ourselves, because here we are talking to ourselves. The person who is the implementer of this program is not here. I don't think Uganda, we don't have food. We have food. But how are we feeding our people? How are we utilizing all that we have in stock? Our children are going to school without food, not because the parents don't have food. So I think it is important that we need to take such meetings to the people down there so that they should know their roles. Whom should we blame? The children told you, the one who is telling the girl child to go and get married is not here. The person who thinks that a child should not eat at school is not here. So I think we need to do a lot more on that. In response, the government has strategically established the parish development model, targeting the 39% of the population for inclusion in the cash economy. If well implemented, the PDM could be a game changer. It allows us to modernize agriculture, advance value addition, and improve service delivery, including nutritional services. As government, we envision a country where our population is well nourished, healthy, productive, and effectively participates in the country's transformation without practical and sustainable solutions to child hunger and malnutrition. This vision will be far from reach. From this discussion held here today, it is evident that we can still do more to secure the livelihood of our people. Therefore, as government, we commit to strengthen the multi-sectoral collaboration and coordination among relevant ministries, departments, and agencies for effective nutrition and service delivery. A clear position on how we deal with the issue of feeding in schools. Let our parents not think that when a child goes to school under UPE or what is the other one? Secondary education? Yes, USE. It is the school, it is the government that should provide that person with food. I always tell them in my constituency, it's good that I have some people, World Vision from Mayuge, they are here. Why should you think that when a child stays home, that child eats all the meals? They eat breakfast, they eat lunch, they eat dinner, and so on and so forth. Plus all the fruits on the village, in their gardens. But when this child goes to school, there is nothing that that person will eat. And they also have a habit of telling them, please, don't go to school, you go and help us. That day, this child is going to eat everything at home. When it is time for schooling, there is no food. And that's why we have the dropout rate the minister has given us at that high level. Because, they decide which is which. Should I go to school or I remain home? When I remain home, the advantages are more. When I go to school, teacher is not going to give me anything. Instead, I'm going to be caned because I've failed a certain number. And he's failing a certain number because he has been missing for so many days. He has to catch up with these ones who have been around. So this person ought to stay home instead of going to school. We shall continue to lobby and influence budget increment to the agricultural sector to meet the African Union's Maputo Declaration of 2003 and Malabo Declaration of 2014, which targets at least 10% for sustainable food production. We commit to supporting the in the creation of our people have food. Those who have the opportunity, they are eating and they are becoming obese because of the food, too much food, not controlled, no education. Those ones are there. If she was to tell us the statistics of those people who are obese, I think they are alarming, including the elderly. Our people are not controlling themselves the way they eat. So that one again is a problem on the side of our PS, Dr. Diana. And then the children are also following what is going to cause us problems, to start looking, because the fact even now, we have to look for that medicine. So for them, they are eating food as, they have to eat medicine as food. We have to be educated. We have to educate them so that they don't eat in an undirected way or educated way. The Enough campaign opens doors for greater collaboration and opportunities to scale up initiatives on increasing food production and eliminating malnutrition. I urge relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, including households, to embrace the campaign so that we can collectively put a stop to hunger and malnutrition. As I conclude, I wish to thank World Vision Uganda once again for hosting us today and the extended opportunity for us all to engage and affect lives in Uganda together. I now take this singular honor of launching the Enough campaign. How am I going to launch it? Do you have something?
Yes, Right Honorable. We'd like you to kindly stand down. There is that screen. I'd like you also to come with Honorable Dr. Joyce and Dr. Diana.
So now together, let us aim at providing enough to end child hunger and malnutrition. For God and my country, we are going to launch it from down.
Yes, please.
Thank you for listening to me.
So ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor is going to walk to the screen. The screen is going to be projected on the giant screen. As they sign, their signatures will be captured. I will also ask the Right Honorable Speaker Mary, Right Honorable Speaker Alan, and then also our members of Parliament, all of our other distinguished guests, the board chair. I'd like to ask Mr. Zakaria. I'd like to ask Dr. Diana, Honorable Dr. Joyce also to be on standby. So as they sign, their signatures are going to be captured on the screen above. So you will see that there is actually a commitment on behalf of the government of Uganda and on also their own behalves to end child hunger and malnutrition. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, as they append their signatures. So we have Honorable Dr. Joyce Kadushu, who has just signed. Let's give a big round of applause. So Dr. Diana Twine has also signed. Now we have our board chairperson, Mrs. Jacqueline K. Opondo, who is putting her signature. Powerful signatures there. So we have our national director, who is also going to put his signature there, Mr. Jeremiah Nyaga. There it is. Round of applause. We've got Mr. Zechariah from UNICEF, also putting his signature. Then we have our representatives from the Children's Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker Alan, Right Honorable Speaker Mary. All right. All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Our guest of honor, we'd like you to probably stand together for a group picture. Members of the photography team, would you like them on the stage? Is that better? And I'd like to kindly ask that we kindly remove the signatures from the screen so that we've got a better picture. Let's go to something black, fade to black, please. I think there's a better backdrop. Could we have the members of parliament also to append their signatures as we are taking those final pictures? Kindly do not delete. Let's have our members of parliament to actually also be on standby and append your signatures as a commitment that we are going to work together in terms of policy, to partner together with all of our collaborators and government. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, our guest of honor is in a hurry to go. So what we'd like to do is to kindly ask everybody to please stand, because we are going to have the East African anthem.
Now,
yes.
Yeah, now I launch the Enough campaign. Now I take the opportunity to launch the Enough campaign. I thank you and congratulate World Vision and everybody, including the Minister of Education.
Could we quickly, our guest of honor, we've had these children come all the way from Nakasongola. Children, could you please hurry, run quickly to the guest of honor, quickly, from Karamoja, everyone from Nakasongola. Please, it would be an honor to have you. You are our special guests of the day. All the children, please, all the children in the room, please make your way there quickly. If even the chaperones, the teachers, Teacher David, I'm not seeing you there. Please make your way there. We'd like to thank you for sacrificing and ensuring that these children here are understanding the importance of nutrition, and they'll go back and share with their parents. As soon as we've taken the picture, we're going to ask that everybody stands for the East African anthem and then our national anthem. Fantastic. Yes, feel free to take as many pictures with the Right Honorable. Feel free. Members of Parliament, would you like to join that picture also? Feel free to join that picture also. It would be a very powerful one also. Honorable Abeja, if you could lead your contingent also. And we have quickly have the members of Parliament together. And and the Parliamentary Forum? Some of the children, can you please stay in the picture? Yes, thank you very much. Some of the children, please stay in the picture. All right. Wonderful. Oh, could we also have ASP Adeke? Could I please have you also in that picture? We need commitment also from the police. ASP, please. I cannot have you missing in that picture. You're very important. Please, let's just have that picture with you there. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please be upstanding for the East African anthem and then the national anthem?
Oh, Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in thy hand. United, free, for liberty, together we'll always stand.
Thank you very much, our guest of honor. We'd like to thank Honorable Dr. Joyce, Dr. Diana, Mr. Zakaria. We'd like to thank Mrs. Jacqueline, the National Director. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you very much, Mr. Jeremiah. I'd like to thank all of our panelists. I'd like to thank the speakers from the different schools, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Members from the press corps, we have given you an opportunity to engage with some of our guests right outside of the door. So if there are a couple of opportunities to speak to the guests, please take advantage of it. We'd like to ask everybody to please remain seated. Everybody has been given coupons for lunch. Please remain seated and people will come and collect you table by table to take you to the different service points. Thank you very much. And on behalf of World Vision, let's go out there and make a difference as we work hard to end child hunger. Thank you so much and may God bless everyone.